get my due. Time after time, I've done my sentence, but committed no crime, and bad mistakes I've made a few. I've let my share of
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources. The land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovate to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our students and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity.
I mean, week on week,
The
we're still seeing
COVID-19 pandemic
60,000 to
does not
70,000
cease our
deaths.
path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we surely welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Muda Mendunia.
mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kita harus mengikat logo kilat ke-41, dan setelah itu tentunya menilap sudah dapat dimulai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Berada di tengah-tengah kemeriahan, kehebohan mahasiswa baru 2022 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Generasi mahasiswa
Recording
baru
in progress.
muda mendunia, selamat berkarya.
The 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation will be going to start in a moment. Therefore, we ask for all participants to turn off or disable your audio and place yourself adjusting the position of your camera. Thank you.
The Excellency, Directors of Muslim Philanthropy Initiative, Lilly Family School of Philanthropy, Indiana University from the United States, Dr. Sharik Siddiq, the Excellency Deputy Chief Commissioner Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Professor Rafiko Rohim, SESIP DEA, PhD, Directors of Research, Technology and Community Service, Directoral General Higher Education of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Shuaib, Masters of Agriculture, Head of Sub-Finance, Diskominfo, Special Regions of Yogyakarta, Ms. Marlina Dwi Partiwi Eskom MM, Directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto MP IPM ASEAN Engineer.
The Excellency Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta MT IPM. Vice Rector for Financial and Asset Affairs, Rudi Suryanto SE MACC AKCA. Vice Rector for Student Alumni and Al-Islam Kemuhammadiyahan, Faris Al-Fadat SIP MA PhD. Secretary of UMY, Insinyur Nafi Ananda Utama MS. Head of Research and Innovation Center, Professor Dr. Dia Mutiarin MSI. Chairman of ICOC 2023, Zuhud Rozaki SP MAPP SC PhD. Dean and Directors in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Distinguished guests and participants of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning to all distinguished guests and participants. It doesn't seem like the 7th year of ICOC has arrived yet. The 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations, birth of the theme, strengthening global responses and dynamic collaborations towards Society 5.0.
And Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, all praises to Allah as the Lord of the world, as the master and creator of everything in this universe, because His mercy and blessings enabling us to meet in this very special moment to participate in this event, which is being broadcasted live on YouTube channel Yogya from AR floor Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. May salawat and salam always be upon to our Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so glad to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations.
Well, let's open our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To start our event today, verse 11 to 12, that will be recited by Muhammad Zainuddin Amri. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Sadaqallahul azim, sadaqallahul azim, wa nahnu ala dhalika minasyahidin.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all audience to rise and sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's anthem. All audience, please stand up. Sang Surya Bayi Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadi Kusumo. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's Anthem by Agus Kurnia Wibowo. All audience, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda. Report by Chairman of the 7th ICOSI 2023, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. The stage is yours.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Suaib, Master of Agriculture, Director of Research, Technology and Community Service, Directorate, Ministry of Education, Research and Technology, of Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MPIPM, as Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the Honorable Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, MSI, as the Head of Research and Innovation Center, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and the Honorable for all the keynote speaker that already come here and accepted our invitation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first here I would like to welcome you all to this Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, especially for this event, which is International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023. As this year, this conference is the 7th. So this university already held this conference in the 7 consecutive years and already produced so many contribution to the science, community, and technology of Indonesia and also the other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, so here I would like to report some of the results of this conference. First, maybe you are a little bit confused about the conference because some of you are attending maybe the name is different with what you attend now. What is the difference? I think this is not the different. This is not different. Why? Because International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or we call it ICOSI 2023, is the big conference, or we can call it the umbrella of the conference that held by UMY. And then in this year, we do have 14 focal conference. You can see in my right side, 7 focal conference, and then my left side is the 7 focal conferences. So maybe some of you are attending from those or among those focal conference. And then those 14 focal conference are covering wide range of discipline from medical science and then agriculture, engineering, economic, management, accounting, law, social, humaniora, and also education. So through this conference, we hope that we can share together our valuable knowledge and contribute to our society, local, national, also global. And then this year, this ICOSI collected more than 1,000 of abstract that submitted to this conference, which consists of from 14 focal conference. And then the participant who attend offline of this conference is around 250 external participants and also around 300 of internal participants. So we can call it more than 500 offline participants come to UMY and enjoy Yogyakarta. And the rest of participants, they are enjoying or contributing this conference through online. So we also welcome the online participant of this conference. And then the last thing I want to report that this conference, which is supported by 14 focal conference, already collaborated with many Scopus Index journal, also many Scopus Index proceeding. Why we are trying to get the Scopus Index journal or proceeding? Because this Scopus indexation now still become the leading to make us can contribute to the international scientist community. I think that's all from me, and we are also would like to thanks to the university for supporting us, also the community, the committees who are supporting us, also the all participants and keynote speaker who attend this conference. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
you very much, Mr. Zuhud Razaki, PhD, for the report.
And ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, welcoming remarks by directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM, ASEAN Engineering. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, let us offer our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. There is no God but Him. Allah gives us guidance, mercy, and spirit, so that we call together in this event. Salawat and salam continuously being praised to Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, the leader, the role model, and the best practice of humanity. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, scholars, researchers, and innovators from around the world, welcome to the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, ICUC 2023. This year brings up 14 focal conference altogether in this 2 days event. Our university indeed has committed to holding this event yearly since its success in 2019. ICOSI 2023 is very challenging for us because we are doing it hybrid. So participants could actually attend the conference to this venue and also present their research from wherever they are. This gathering is a momentum where academia, industry, and government converge to make a real impact on society through cutting-edge research and dynamic collaboration. We offer more than 1,100 abstracts, 900 full papers, and 800 presenters. This conference exemplifies our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and shaping a better, more sustainable world. The term strengthening global response and dynamic collaboration towards Society 5.0 aligns perfectly with our university vision. Society 5.0 envisions a human-centric society where technology, innovation, and humanity converge to address current challenges. As we gather here, we plant the seed for dynamic collaboration that bring us closer to realizing these principles of Society 5.0. At Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, we believe in applying knowledge for societal betterment. To achieve this, university, industry, government collaboration is indispensable. This powerful three-helix drives research towards actionable solution and societal impact. During this conference, I urge our participants to embrace collaboration and cross-disciplinary exchange. Let us push hard research that revolutionizes industries and transforms life. Together, we can build a brighter and more sustainable future for all. My sincere appreciation to researchers, academic, industry leaders, and policymakers who contributed. Your dedication and passion for advancing knowledge inspire us all. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to all committees. The event has just begun, but we still have the responsibility with the paper and publication. I want to thank the committees for all the fruitful hard work so far, and please keep on giving the best service to all partners, speakers, and participants. Thank you very much. Stay healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer, for the remarks.
We are going to listen to the speech that will be delivered by the Director of Research, Technology and Community Service, Directorate General of Higher Education, to Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Shuaib, Master of Agriculture. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah ala kulli ni'matillah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Excellencies, scholars, college and attendants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rector of University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Prof. Gunawan. I'm sorry I cannot attend physically there, but I'm glad can see you all again, even virtually today. Board members of Muhammadiyah, distinguished guests, invited speakers, researchers, students, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi, salam sehat sejahtera dan bahagia selalu. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we know the world has been changing and it will keep on change forever. Unstoppable. Especially in the recent decade, the change is getting faster and disrupting. We know climate change, environmental change, industrial and economical change, technological change, geopolitical change, and it even has been worsening by global stagnation to the global pandemic in the last 3 years, as well as some regional conflict that still happen in some region in our Earth. So the need and the way to face the problem of human life undoubtedly must adapt to the disrupting change of the world. Therefore, we have to make our best effort to tackle several issues we have been facing right now. In the situation of growing needs, along with depletion of resources, even might be go faster in the future. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it has been estimated that by the 2050, the global population will exceed 9 billion people. Competition for resources and supply chain will be getting more severe and struggling. Undoubtedly, the use of advanced technology and relevant innovation is always needed. Who wins in technical competition, for sure, will gain more benefit. Distinguished scholars, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Asia is surely a very important region for the future of global economics industry. The availability of resources, the growing population and market, the growing in economy industry, and Asia is the region where comprise more than 2/3 of global population. 6 among 10 most populous countries in the world are in Asia. And Indonesia is one of the largest and resource diversity countries in Asia and in the world. Indonesia is the 4th most populous country in the world, the 3rd in Asia, and the most populous country in Southeast Asia region, where comprised about 40% of population as well as 40% of land area and more than a half of sea area in Southeast Asia region. Indonesia is the largest gross economic and market value in Southeast Asia. Yet, Indonesia, in most of ASEAN countries, are still struggling and challenging to develop our future economic industry in the very fast global change in all sectors, especially related to the fast-growing lead in digital economy and green economy transformation and sustainability. So we believe that education, especially higher education and research, is the most important foundation and strategic matters for the country's development. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today we are joining a very good academic and scientific activity in which we had opportunity to inform, to hear, to exchange knowledge and experience among the scholars, researchers, societies, and other stakeholders. So, finally, we hope you all can engage and collaborate with each other. Collaboration in higher education with their researcher activity and to produce innovation undoubtedly become more important and essential to pursue our goals. Therefore, the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology have a strong commitment to encourage and support collaboration among universities, among researchers institutes, in the way to strengthen our capacity, capability, and competitiveness. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in this great opportunity, on behalf of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, we convey our commitment to support, to sustain, and strengthen collaboration and cooperation among researchers, as well as university to develop common platform of research, knowledge, and educational collaboration. Finally, I would like to thank and congratulate and appreciate to all of you who participate in this symposium, especially for the team who arranged the symposium. And I hope this symposium will continue by engaging collaboration among researchers, among institutions, and eventually will gain benefit and prosperity for all of us. Special thanks and congratulations to University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, which has been organizing this ICOSI annually and sustainably till the 7 years today. University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is one of the best private university in Indonesia and amongst the best 40 universities in the country regarding research and community services activities. So I hope this kind of activity could be sustainable and outreach widely to the other university and researchers. So I have a nice workshop and fruitful discussion and hope many good results and program will be coming up soon. Wish you all in good health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you very much. Congratulations and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Yuaib, Magister of Agrotechnology, for the speech.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to the next event, which is the opening ceremony of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2023 by the rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also will be accompanied by the directors of Muslim Philanthropy Initiative from Indiana University, United States, Dr. Sharik Siddiq, and also will be accompanied by Head of Research and Innovations Center, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Diah Mutiarin MSI, and also will be accompanied by Chairman of the 7th ICOSI 2023, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. Please come to the stage.
with the shoot of the arrow. Okay, get ready. With the shoot of the arrow, let's count together in 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, you missed the target, Mr. Rector.
Alright, so apparently you need to shoot right in the center of the flower in order for the flower to bloom. Alright, so we'll just try it again. In 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023 is officially open. Please remain on the stage. We are going to proceed to photo session.
Okay, congratulations, Pak Rector. Congratulations all of you. I'm sorry I have to move the other activities.
Okay, the photographer, are you ready?
Please move aside to the left. To the left, move to the left.
Okay. For the first photo session, on the count 3, 2, 1.
Alright, move maybe another pose.
For another pose, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, and also we would like to invite all the vice rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and also the secretary of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to joining the distinguished guests that are already on the stage, joining the photo sessions. Alright, on the count, 3, 2, 1. Alright, one more.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, for the last photo sessions, we also would like to invite all keynote speakers from all focals that coming all the way to Indonesia, to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please come to the stage to have some photo sessions moment. Once again, we would like to invite all keynote speakers from all focals to joining us in the stage for having a photo sessions moment.
Maybe we will have 2 rows for the photo session.
And also we would like to invite deans and directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to joining us in this photo sessions. Alright, ready? Photographers ready? Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
One more pose.
Okay, maybe please give thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yes.
With happy face. Happier.
Okay, on the count 3,
3,
2, 1.
1.
Okay, please give a big applause for ICOC 2023. Thank you very much. You may back to your seat.
Yen trajang, yen trajang, yen trajang, bebayani, sun kawiti kabeh pangalan asmo, asmo Allah Rahman Rahim ingkang lumo. Kawit balik, peluru marang
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to moving on to the next agenda, which is the keynote speech that will be led by our colleague. But before we invite her, we're going to read some of her performance in her entire life, which is Sutantri. Miss Sutantri is a lecturer at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and the director of Muhammadiyah STEPS, formerly known as Muhammadiyah Tobacco Control Center. And she is also the head of School of Nursing of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and teaches several courses on community health, health promotions, family nursing, and research method at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. She has particular interest in health promotions and disease preventions, cardiac rehabilitations, tobacco control, communicable and non-communicable disease management, community nursing, as well as feminist research. She completed her doctorate degree at the Universities of Edinburgh in the UK, and also her doctoral research explore women's participations in cardiac rehabilitations program utilizing feminist methodology. And without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Sutantri, Nurse MSc PhD. Please come to the stage.
Thank you very much for the MC for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, our invited speakers and participants. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICOSI 2023. I am Sutantri and I'm honored to be the moderator of this session. And as we know, due to the pandemic, actually the last 3 years conferences has been conducted online. And it is a great pleasure and I'm very pleased to welcome you all at this conference on hybrid basis. So I would like to say welcome to all the participants that attend the conference on site. I'm being informed from the committee that there are 200 participants that join us here today in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Welcome. And also for the participants that also join us on Zoom channel. There are 300 participants that join us on Zoom. So welcome for all the participants that also with us on Zoom channels. The themes of this year's conference is actually strengthening global response and dynamic collaboration towards Society 5.0. Brings together experts, professionals, academics, and researchers and also students from around the world to engage in insightful discussion, share groundbreaking ideas, and also showcase scientific works around this topic. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into various topics that focuses on how technology and innovation need to be used to help humans in their daily life and to advance society. DIRA 5.0 is not only concerned with how tools, methods, and ideas will add better results to the business, but also how these factors can influence everything around organizations, institutions, and societies, adding a more humanitarian and sustainable visions to their process of society. So, to further discuss this issue, we already have 3 distinguished speakers here, and I would like to invite our 3 speakers to join me here in front. Although, unfortunately, our one speaker, Professor Rofiko, only cannot be with us today. She's joining on Zoom meeting, but I have 2 distinguished speakers that are already with me. I would like to invite, the first is Dr. Sharik Siddiq, that comes all the way from USA to Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Please, Dr. Sharik, join me in front. How are you today, Dr. Sharik? I hope you enjoy your stay in Yogyakarta.
I love Yogyakarta.
Is it your first time in
It's my second time.
Oh, second time. So you already know a bit about Yogyakarta, yeah?
Absolutely. It's a wonderful city. I love Yogyakarta. I love the green, I love the university, I love the student vibrancy.
Oh, I'm curious, what about the food?
I love the food. I love the food.
What your favorite food from Yogyakarta?
From Yogyakarta, gudeg.
Oh, gudeg.
Yes.
That's a surprise because usually like people doesn't really like gudeg as it's too sweet, you know, like. Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy our traditional food gudeg. Yeah. Okay, and I would like also to invite Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, MSc, to join with me on the stage as well. Please welcome Dr. Diah Mutiarin. Good morning, Bu Arin. How are you today?
Morning, Utanji.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rofiko on Zoom. Is he already committed? Is he already join us on Zoom meeting? Zoom channel?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, Dr. Rofiko. Virtually in UMY. Yeah. Yeah, please welcome Dr. Rofiko Rohim, the Deputy Commissioner of Bank Rakyat Indonesia. They join us through Zoom meeting. Okay, before introducing our first speaker, I would like to inform of you some of arrangements for this session. In this panel session, we will hear presentation from the three speakers, and I will introduce each of our speakers prior to their presentations. Each speaker will deliver their presentation for 25 minutes, and Q&A session will be conducted at the end of the panel session for 15 minutes. Participants could address the question directly to the speakers and also by sending the message on Zoom chat. So I will take questions from participants that attend on site and also from the participants that attend online meeting. If you send your question on Zoom, please don't forget to also write down to which speaker you want to address your question, and also please state your name and organization before asking your questions. Okay, so we continue to the first speaker then. Allow me to read the CV of our first speaker. So our first speaker is Dr. Sarik Siddiq. So Dr. Sarik Siddiq is the director and assistant professor at Lilly Family School of Philanthropy at Indiana University, the USA. Thank you, Dr. Sarik, for joining us today. And Dr. Sarik obtained his PhD in philanthropic studies from Indiana University in 2014. His research interests, including Muslim civil society and philanthropy, fundraising and development, non-profit management, legal issues faced Muslim non-profit, and many more. Dr. Sarik has an extensive publication, either in books, book chapters, journals, articles, encyclopedia, and book reviews. And he has worked collaboratively with many related parties, such as United Mission on Relief, Muslim Legal Fund of America, the John Templeton Foundation, and also many more on many projects and grants. So please welcome Dr. Sarik. Dr. Sarik, 25 minutes for your presentation, please. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Sarik.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuh. Salamat pagi. Good morning. And thank you so much for hosting me today. I particularly want to thank Muhammadiyah University for holding this conference. I'd like to thank the rector, the vice rectors, the committee for hosting and having this event. Thank you for all the participants and all the keynote speakers and speakers from everywhere. I in particular want to thank Professor Diah Mutiarin and my dear brother and the person who actually introduced me to Indonesia, Dr. Hilman Latif, for our long journey together and for making this potential be here too. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My talk today is focused on sustainable Muslim philanthropy in a digital age, reinvention, innovation, and public expression. If we could move it to the next slide, and the slide next. This presentation draws upon a new publication, Philanthropy in the Muslim World, Majority and Minority Muslim Communities, in which Dr. Hilman Latif actually writes a chapter on Indonesia. And so this book, it focuses on 19 countries, both Muslim majority and minority, and I draw from those themes. If we can go to the next theme, next slide. The goal of this is to think about challenges and opportunities that we can find based on data from these different countries across the world. So if you think about the challenges for Muslim philanthropy in a contemporary context, think about post-COVID, think about digitization and so on, we're largely focused on 5 areas: definitions, data, regulations, technology, and new actors. When we think about definitions, what's interesting is that Muslim philanthropy is facing challenges of how to define it. For example, there are organizations and regulations. For example, in Indonesia, you have specific regulations that define what is Muslim philanthropy. So if you are an Islamic charity, you are defined as being within the context of Islamic charity and philanthropy, whereas you may be a Muslim NGO, which may not be defined within those regulations, that may similarly be called upon Muslim values to do this, right? So Muslim definitions are important. What's interesting is, in an empirical research that we did in the United States, we found that Muslims define philanthropy more broadly than the current definition of voluntary action for public good. So if you think about a secular or a Western definition of philanthropy, we largely think about money, we think about time, and we think about treasure. But this is constraining. It means that those who are rich, who are wealthy, and who have resources can be engaged in philanthropy. But the reality is, if you think about a broader context of Muslim populations, Muslim philanthropy is broader than that. Think about the hadith of the Prophet. When the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was asked, how do you define charity? How do you do charity? He said, give money. They said, well, what if we can't do that? He said, well, if you can't give money, go work for someone, help them make money so they can give it away. So arguably, everybody that works for Bill Gates is a beneficiary in God's eyes of Bill Gates' philanthropy. Well, so what if we can't do that? He said, volunteer time. Well, what if we can't do that? He said, well, then smile. So what if we can't do that? Well, if you're about to say or do something and you realize it causes harm, don't do that. Well, what if we can't do that? Intend to do good. So a Muslim conception of philanthropy or Islamic philanthropy is much broader. But much of public policy, much of philanthropic and much of practitioner philosophy today is focused on just money and time. The problem with that is that it constrains our ability to focus on just a few people. So the one challenge that we face today is that while Muslims are seeking to be much broader in their engagement of philanthropy, think about climate change. Much of climate change, the impact on climate change is not on what we do, but what we don't do. So if we allow and engage, but if we're just constraining Muslim populations to just think about money and volunteerism, we're just focusing on a very small group of people. Out of 2 billion people, we're just focused on the 1% that have. Whereas 99% seek to do more, are doing more, because of their definitions of philanthropy. So the first challenge that I think Muslims are facing, and this sector is facing, is the challenge of definition. And this study that I show in this, it's available, is the first empirical study that actually shows Muslims in the United States use a broader frame of philanthropy in terms of their public expression. If we go to the next slide, The next challenge we face is the challenge of data. Data-informed or data decision-making can only take place in the professionalization of the philanthropic sector if we have it. But the reality is, and Dr. Hilman Latif's chapter in Indonesia represents this, but across these 19 countries that we looked at, we have very little data on how and what and for what are the motivations of Muslim giving. And we've tried to rectify that, and I'll show you this in the United States. But one of the things we need is to, in order to make these kinds of decisions, we need to have more information about this. This requires more research. It requires further investments by public and philanthropic actors in research. So at a time where we are seeing across the world in higher education a decline on funding for research, this is a time that we need the absolute opposite. If we're going to be truly have sustainable innovation, we need to have investments made in data, which means more funding for research. And so this is a second challenge that we have to look at. If we look at the next slide, the next challenge we have is on regulations. Across the world, philanthropy has become a very important tool in the toolbox of government regulations. In Indonesia, in Saudi Arabia, when you think about Vision 2030, everybody is seeking to regulate and to sort of engage. The advantage of regulation is that it provides legitimacy for the sector. The challenge is that sometimes regulation coming from outside of the sector may inhibit or limit the way in which it can impact the sector. If we go to the next slide, the other challenge we have is technology. Technology is creating important innovations within this. If you think about digital technology today, it's making philanthropy more possible. But the problem with technology is that it's largely impersonal. So we know that when people engage with apps, when people engage with technology, it creates an impersonal community when philanthropy has been highly personal in the past. And so this represents a new challenge. Do we want a new generation of philanthropists that never engage with beneficiaries on the front line? So when you think about issues of compassion and empathy, that largely has come in the past through personal engagement. Can technology provide the same level of engagement, same level of emotion, same level of compassion is the big question. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Sarah Conrath, is actually designing apps to really see whether we can engage in digital technologies while at the same time increase empathy rather than narcissism. The next slide is on the fact that we have new actors in Muslim philanthropy. In the past, Muslim philanthropy was my grandmother, my mother, my parents, my masjid, my local institution, Islamic institutions like Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, right? But new actors like the United Nations has declared an Islamic philanthropy fund. UNHCR, UNICEF, Save the Children, even traditionally Christian organizations have fatwas that allow them to collect and distribute zakat. This brings in new actors that may not necessarily be fully engaged with Muslim communities, but will have an outsized influence on the future of Muslim philanthropy. And so what does this mean for us? What does this new sector mean? One of the central arguments that many Muslim ulama make about zakat is about creating a system, a socio-economic system where zakat recipients become zakat payers. Can new actors come in and help us build this sector? This new system that we hope to do, or will this take away? Are these new actors simply coming in because there's money? So while zakat and sadaqah are important resources, can we rely upon new actors to come in and help us build an ecosystem that's going to create a new Islamic economy, a social economy? And so it's a big challenge, and we don't know because these new actors are, as we speak, new. They have engaged with important ulama and have received important fatwa that allow them to do this, right? But what does this imply and what does this mean? So if we go to this, I've talked about the challenges. What I'd love to do is talk about the opportunities for Muslim philanthropy. And the first thing is, if we go 2 slides down, which is that Muslim philanthropy is trending, right? The United Nations is not coming into the Islamic philanthropy space because Islamic philanthropy is on decline. It's a new opportunity. So I think in many ways, we should be excited the fact that Islamic philanthropy is seen as such an important tool, right? There's new wealth amongst Muslim populations. Young Muslims are seeing themselves as highly engaged. What we research shows that young Muslims, those people under the age of 29, are more motivated by faith than older generations. So I think this in itself is this new opportunity. Muslim philanthropy is trending, it's in. And that's why you're seeing non-Muslim actors wanting to engage in this space. So if we can move to the next slide. Perfect. The next slide after this one, if we can go to the next slide, we're seeing professionalization of this sector. Last year, I was in Jogja in December with Professor Dia and Professor Hillman through Muhammadiyah University, where we trained nearly 100 professionals over 10 days to become certified fundraising managers. And many more wanted that training. In the last year, I've been to over 20 countries where we have people wanting to learn about Muslim philanthropy. There's a hunger. And right now, my schedule is so full because there is this hunger. So we have this professionalization of this sector happening. If we go to the next slide, this just shows you the over 1,000 students over the last year that we've trained. If we go to the next slide after that, this is a new fellowship, and the next one after this. Yes, this is a new fellowship program that the Zakat Foundation Institute has launched for a new generation of masters. Next week, I'll be in Indianapolis, where we have an online and in-person program. We will be welcoming over 20 students into our campus that are going to be studying Muslim philanthropy. In fact, 25% of our class, our master's degree program, is all about Muslim philanthropy. So out of 12 courses, 3 are just focused on Muslim philanthropy. This all speaks to the professionalization that's happening within our sector. If we go to the next slide, we're also seeing new data. So we have extensive research on Muslims in America. The Pakistan Center on Philanthropy has new research on Pakistan. We're about to conduct a new study in Turkey, Kuwait, and Jordan, and we're hoping to partner with more data on Indonesia, right? So there is new data, new scholars. In Indonesia alone, you have we have 16 to 20 papers that will be presented at ICOFLA, all based on data coming up from grassroots researchers. So we have this great opportunity of research that's happening. If we go to the next slide, we're also seeing new partners. LaunchGood has raised over $1 billion. Feeling Blessed. Baraka Labs is a group of digital innovators in Turkey that are trying to create new apps, new technologies that when children and people play with it, they actually help their mental health. They actually increase their compassion. Dr. Sarah Conrath has created an app where children in high school play this games on these apps and actually become more empathetic, more compassionate. Hassana Charities is a new UAE-based charity working in UK. So we see new fintech technologies entering the space that are making this a more positive experience. We're also seeing collaborations. One of the challenges that we're facing is that many charitable institutions in the Muslim philanthropy space are largely focused on the area of scarcity, competition. Now we're seeing a change with that. Muslim collaboration prizes, the Community Collaboration Initiative are just two things. If you go to the next slide, the Muslim Collaboration Prize is a $1 million prize that was given out last year to Muslim nonprofit organizations that were willing to come together and work together and further collaborations. This included both Muslim funders, and Chicago Community Trust gave its largest discretionary grant to help this prize. The result of this is on the next slide, which showed 5 collaborating partners each receiving $200,000 to focus on national policy, to focus on mental health, to focus on intergroup activities. If we can go to the next slide. These are 5 collaborations that resulted out of the Muslim Collaboration Prizes to show that there's this greater work that's happening. Okay, so the last few minutes, I'll just quickly go through US Muslims as a case study with my final remarks. Okay, so if we think about American Muslims, if we go 2 slides down, Muslims represent only 3.4 million, or 1% of the American population. 2 slides down, sorry. Yep, one more. Great, thank you. Now, what's interesting is that American Muslims are highly diverse. Only half of American Muslims are born in the United States, and the other ones were born outside of the US. Now, if we go to the next slide, what you'll see is that Muslims are the most ethnically diverse community in America. Arabs, Asians, Black people make a big part of this community, but no one ethnic group is a majority. But what's interesting is that despite being so small, despite being so ethnically diverse, Muslims also are the youngest. So in many ways, if you think about Indonesia, if you think about Africa, if you think about the global population, young people are the next sort of opportunity. That's the case for the United States. They're the youngest. Muslims are also the poorest in the United States. But what's interesting is Muslims are amongst the most philanthropic communities in the United States. Despite being younger, less educated, and poorer, Muslims give $4.3 billion to charity. And if we go to the next slide, and then the next slide after that, and then the next slide after that, yes, Muslims give $4.3 billion to charity. If we go to the next slide, what's interesting about Muslims is that Muslims don't just give to Muslim organizations. Half of their money go to non-Muslim institutions. And if you go to the next slide, this tells you that Muslims actually prioritize international and domestic poverty relief over everything else, including at a time of Islamophobia, civil rights. So Muslim values to fight poverty are more important. And if we go to the next slide, it tells us that Muslims their focus, whether they give in the community or outside of the Muslim nonprofits, are the same. So whether they give to a non-Muslim organization or Muslim organization, they are focused on the same values or the same opportunities. If we think about overall giving, the next slide after that, it just shows that domestic poverty and international poverty are amongst the top priorities for them. What does this all tell us? What this tells us is that American Muslims are pluralistic in their giving, meaning that their values of religious values define who they are, how they give, and what they give to. But they'll give to any institution. You could be a non-Muslim institution, like Catholic Relief, or you could be a Muslim organization, Islamic Relief. Whichever organization comes to you is more likely to be your beneficiary. Why is this important to us in Indonesia? Why is this important across the world? What this tells us is, across the world, Muslims give largely informally. Why? Because they trust the institutions of informality. You trust your grandparents, you trust your members, you trust your friends. if you have actors like the United Nations or other entities that come in highly professional and create environments of trust, they're just as able to raise money as if you are a Muslim institution. So what does this tell us? It tells us that the professionalization and research within our sector is critical. It's critical because over the next 10 years, 20 years, because of government regulations, because of technology, we will see a reduction of informal philanthropy across the world, just as we've seen that in the United States. We're going to see new actors where Muslims will have opportunities both amongst Muslim institutions and non-Muslim institutions. And those relationships will be based on trust. Now, the trust will come in, one, because government will endorse these institutions, but second, because these highly professional institutions will develop new opportunities for us. And so I think what I would argue is that if we are going to truly embrace Islamic philanthropy as an important tool for social innovation in the future, there are 4 or 5 things that are important. I think the first thing is that we do have to embrace a broader definition of Islamic philanthropy. At a time where the world is calling us to just focus on money, we should be able to focus on intent. We should be able to focus on if you're about to say or do something and that causes harm, to not do it. So not doing harm and furthering good should be an important toolbox within our public policy, within our national policies, within our regional. So having conversations. Second, faith is very important. So if we're going to truly capitalize on Islamic philanthropy as an important measure of tools, we have to engage with our religious leaders, our ulama, so we can educate Muslims about the true possibilities of philanthropy. So I think that's the second piece. The third thing is we have to figure out a way to make further investments on research within our field. And that means having not people like me flying into Indonesia, but actually having faculty here, having a PhD program and a master's program here in Indonesia that engages and sort of trains that next generation of philanthropists right here. And then the fourth piece of it is we do need to have an interdisciplinary collaboration on professionalization of our philanthropy. Far too often, right now, the focus has been, in order to be good at philanthropy, you have to come in with a business mindset. You have to come in for the economic mindset. But what our experience at Indiana University has shown is that an interdisciplinary engagement on professionalization of our field, which brings in the humanities, which brings in religious studies, but also brings in the business and other sciences, is going to have a better impact. So those are 4 things that we have to focus on. But the most important, my argument is, we should be focused on not just the 1% that have, but the 100% that can and want to do something, but are looking for national and local policies and opportunities to do that. We have to realize that smiling is sadaqah, and smiling is very powerful. Research shows that when people give money, they don't become, we know from hadith, this will be my last piece, there's this hadith in the Prophet, from our Prophet that says that when you give money, you become richer. Well, now we have scientific research that shows that. Every time you give money, or you smile, or you do good, your brain releases an endorphin into your body. And that chemical results in better mental health, better health, longer life, which means that you're better off at work and at home, which means you live longer. If you live longer, you actually earn more. So every time you do philanthropy in any of its forms, you're actually becoming richer. You're becoming healthier. So we have to come in with an inclusive way of engaging philanthropy as a tool for 100% of the populations in Indonesia and across the world. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanation, for the insightful presentation, Dr. Sari. I'm personally really fascinated with your explanation about Muslim philanthropy and about to listen about what's the challenge that we need to deal with, and then what the opportunities, and also the recommendation, the 4 points recommendation that you already points out. So from Dr. Sarik, we learned that there are 4 recommendations to increase the Muslim philanthropy, and the first one is like the one that I get is like not doing harms and furthering good. It's a really important message. And then the second one is to engage with the religious leaders. And the third one is to further the research on this area and also the interdisciplinary collaboration. And also I'm really amazed actually with your explanation how the population, Muslim population, American Muslim is only account for 1% of the total population in America, but actually contributes to really huge like giving and charity. Like it's actually the most philanthropic society in the USA. So we can imagine Indonesia with the like almost 90% of the Muslim population, like how much that we can give to the society. So thank you very much for Dr. Sarik for your explanation. Yeah, so now we're gonna move on to the second speaker. And our second speaker is Professor Rofiko Rohim, who unfortunately could not be with us today, but physically, but she's with join us with us on the Zoom channel. Hello, Dr. Rofiko. Good morning. Yeah. How are you today? Yeah. So, Dr. Rofiko, thank you very much for joining us today on Zoom meeting. But before Dr. Rofiko present or give her speech, allow me to read Professor Rofiko's CV. So, Professor Rofiko Rohim is a professor of finance at Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Rofiko obtained her PhD in economics from Université de Paris, Paris, France in 2005. And I'm actually really fascinated to see her CV, and I can clearly see that she enjoys learning and challenging herself. Yes, definitely, because I can see from the list of her academics and professional qualification on her CV. So currently, Professor Rofiko also holds the position as the Vice President Commissioner of PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero. And prior to that, she also held various important positions in Indonesia. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Rofiko. Professor Rofiko, 25 minutes for your presentation, please.
Very much the moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Hope that you are healthy and happy. And I want to share in this time, I would like to discuss what the challenge after COVID, then how we need collaboration and the helix between actors. As we know that if we talk about, everybody talk about disruption. That is why we have to have some plan to face the disruption next following year. So there is a changes. For instance, employee expectation after changing. Now, people not only want to work hard, they want to work to be happy. This is very challenging for the companies to face this problem because we need the productivity, but also the employee need the happiness. Then, as we know that now there is a longevity of opportunities. Since everybody keep their healthiness, and then they can no longer the age, and then they have many opportunity to choose for life, for work, and for anything. And why this is more easy to life? Because there is a human tax team. It means that now there is a technology to help us make our life more easy. And in the next following, now there is a metaverse lifestyle, even though now there is a declining of a metaverse lifestyle, but we believe that there will be data first lifestyle for the next. Though there are some people doesn't trust. Why? Because people think about the data privacy. If we use the internet and use the Internet of Things, use the data, so now there are many people that wonders about our data privacy. Why? There are many people, even though they give the data voluntary to public, the public, yeah, and then this is very important to create corporate trust. It means, like me, as lecturers, and also vice president commissioner.
Excuse me, Professor Rofiko.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you please full screen, make the presentation full screen, please?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So corporate trust now is getting importance. It means not only trust between the shareholders, but for the stakeholders. We have to work together. Yeah. So now, if the old management theory, we always think about the shareholders' value. But now we have to think about stakeholder value. And the important thing now is customers. After customers is employees. After employees is shareholders. Okay, next slide. And why we have to change? Well, we have to adapt, because now we face the risk that increase after COVID and after the war Ukraine. Why? Because there is the energy supply crisis, there is a food supply crisis, and it will rising price. There is inflation, so cost of living between expensive, and including there is a cyber attacks. So now, even people is more happy, but there is always like a problem that we have to challenge. Energy crisis, food crisis, cost living cost highest, inflation, and cyber attack. That is why we have to strengthen ourselves as a human being. But if we talk about the public sector resilience framework and private sectors, so we have to prepare. For the public, we have to prepare about people resilience. Yeah. People have to be strong now, have to be agile, so have to be resilient. Then we have to provide energy, nutrition, and water. Now energy is very important, yeah, for our life. No energy, no life, yeah. Then there is public sector also have to provide infrastructure. Not only the critical infrastructures, but also the security of infrastructure. And governments or public have to give freedom in terms of the political choices. And for the government also have to manage carefully of the fiscal resilience. And we know after the crisis, the deficit fiscal in many countries is highest. But Indonesia, we can manage very well our fiscal, and now it's not more than 3%. And during COVID, it's only more than Australia is 40%, but another country more than 100% of the fiscal deficit. And also the threat of economic resilience. Why? Because there is a trade war between China and the United States, and it gives spillover to many countries. And what about the private sectors? They have to prepare operational resilience and efficient in order to catch market position and to get the demand resilience. And they are also aligned with the social purpose, not only profit motive, yeah, not only financial resilience, but also social alignment. And they have to apply profit, people, planet, and now there are many countries that they decide to apply ESG for all the company. Like in Indonesia, now Financial Service Authority asks all the financial industries has to apply environment, social, and governance. That is why we need organizational resilience. And how can we adapt? We need to apply digital and technology. As we know now, many companies, they're trying to change, use more digital than the human being. But even though there is a little bit struggle, why? Because we have to do the digital literacy for our people. Since Indonesia, we have not only a generation millennial, but we also have baby boomers. Yeah, like me is egg. My sister, my brother is baby boomers. Sometimes they don't like to technology savvy. Okay, then why resilience is enabler for the global focus? That we have to look beyond, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. When we are doing the planning and when we also doing the problem solving, not only short term, long term, but also efficient, and we have to develop new resilient mindset for all, yeah, because now resilience is very important and embedded with the organization, because the global focus also changes. Geopolitical, climate, food, energy, healthcare, digital technology, and supply chain, also people, education, and organizational. So the concept of community resilience is becoming increasingly important, especially as many communities around the world appears that gradually lost resilience in the face of the challenges such as climate change, of migration, young people, and socioeconomic fragmentation. This is why resilience is generally understood as the ability of a system, community, and social affected by shock or disruption that sooner or later begins to pull, absorb, accommodate, and recover from damage, and including through the maintenance and restoration of basic structure and function. So, resilience community is made up of 5 resilience: economic, natural resources, cultural, political, and social. And now we are in the society 5.0, which is not only digital transformation, but beyond. Create imagination, creativity of diverse people, and then result is value creation. For instance, a society where value is created, or a society where anyone can exercise diverse abilities, society where anyone can get opportunities anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Resilience, yeah, a society where people can live life and pursue challenges in security, and a society where humankind lives in harmony with the nature. It is not, it's very rarely and expensive if we talk about harmony with the nature. So if we compare between the industry 5.0 and society 5.0, industry has to be sustainable, lead action on sustainable and respect planetary boundaries, and agile and resilience with flexible and adaptable technology, and promote talents, diversity, and empowerment. Diversity is important. And as a society, we have to be smart. What's between cyberspace and physical space with 5G, big data, artificial, so we have to merge between the cyberspace and physical space. So that is now there are always mixed between daring, between Zoom, between offline, online, etc. And provide necessary goods and services for individual people at the necessary level when needed. So we have to provide goods and services and to ensure high quality life full of comfort and vitality. So resilience, clean, but there is a human-centric. So human being is a human-centric that can running in industries maupun in or in society. It is why we need a multi-stakeholders collaboration. We know there are triple helix: governments, academia, and private business, which is paradigm as public-private partnership. Now there are many industries, many sectors, they apply triple helix. Like in Indonesia, since now we want to build a toll road, we want to build a airport, so we use the public-private partnership. Governance and society as invisible citizenship, and technology data as top-down. And there is a changes. We have to think about the quadruple helix, which is not only governments, academia, and business, but also civil society. So the paradigm is civic university. So we have also invite civil society. Why? To make a balancing, give the advice, to give like a control, yeah. So governance and society is look like reactive citizenship, and the data is about additional bottom up. Not if we talk about triple helix, it's top down, but if we talk about the quadruple helix, it's as bottom up. And last is about pentahelix, which is not only governments, business, academia, civil society, but also social entrepreneurs, activists, or assemblers. So now people always talk about social, and social entrepreneurs, not only profit, but also people, but also planet. This one, the paradigm is urban commons, and the governance society is proactive citizenship. So as a citizen, they have to be proactive to help our society, our country, our companies, our institutional. And the technology data is complex, not only bottom up, but also the top down, but emerging. Okay. And why we need it? As we know that there is a changes about who rule the world. Yeah. Now there is this who will like an economy, not USA anymore, but China and Indonesia. In 2045, we will be number 3. Yeah. Then there's a changes about the scarcity of resources in the planet. Yeah. And also there is technological breakthroughs. Yeah. And there are also the social changes that our life is becoming longer than before because everybody want to keep the healthiness. But in another countries, there are minus of population. But in Indonesia, we still have, yeah. And even though there is a increase in the millennial generation. And also there are global shifting about the migration, and also there is market is also different. So if we talk about the skill, we need improve ourselves because there is a different, totally different what we need, like analytical thinking, problem solving, creativity, leadership is changes now. Leadership not only for sight, but now there is a ambidextrous leadership that applied because we have to agile, we have to use our left hand side and our right hand side using the technology and another tools. And what is the example about the pentahelix in Indonesia? After COVID, we just thinking that we have to think about the creativity economy. Not only small medium enterprises in terms of selling food or of activity. And that is why after COVID, then we open our tourism, not only for the locals, now also for the foreigners, and look like that we invite them not only to spend. like to
Recording
stay
in
in
progress.
Jakarta. Yeah. So tourism is now very important for Indonesia. So using the pentaholic, why we can do? Because in Indonesia there is a philosophy of gotong royong. Gotong royong, it means that we have to work together. If we work together, if we help each other, everything will be easy and everything will be okay, and we can work more quickly with the gotong royong. So gotong royong is our cultures, and we have to keep it. So pentaholic is a concept of collaboration between stakeholders, common goal that is more sustainable, and Indonesia we are lucky, we have the gotong royong, basic value of Indonesian to join its goal, and through the collaboration by maximizing potential and its stakeholders of various parties, make change presents as a faster of seizing the momentum, which can be treated as opportunities and trade in creating resilience. And lastly, adaptability and flexibility are influencing the success of value creation on building resilience. Thank you very much. Dr. Moore.
Thank you very much, Professor Rofiko, for your wonderful presentation about the pentaholic collaboration, and also Professor Rofiko mentioned about the philosophy of Indonesia, gotong royong, that means working together as it's really popular actually in the past, especially in the village gotong royong concept, but now I think it's start to erode the philosophy of Indonesia, gotong royong. How pentaholic collaboration and gotong royong are two important aspects to create peace and also value creation in our society. And also, really captured my attention actually the first opening from Professor Rofiko that she mentioned about we don't want to work too hard, but we also want to work to be happy. So I think that's also important message for Professor Rofiko. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rofiko. And then now we will continue to our next speaker, which is Professor Yahmutiarin from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Professor Yahmutiarin, or we call her Professor
Arin here, is the director of the Research and Innovation Center in UMY. And Professor Arin earned her PhD in Political Science from Gajah Mada University in 2006 and is working as a lecturer of Public Administration in UMY. Professor Arin has carried out many research projects and worked together with many stakeholders, both from the government and non-governmental organizations. And she has published numerous articles in leading scientific journals and has been known as an expert on government or public policy. In 2020, her publication has been awarded as the highly commended papers by Emerald Publishing as well. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Yahmutiarin. Professor Arin, 25 minutes for your presentation, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Tantri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you. With this opportunity, I would like to again welcome to all keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Sarit, and also Professor Rofiko Rokim, also Dr. Hilman, Professor Hilman, as the Director General of Hajj and Umrah in the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and also to all the keynote speakers who will be attending for the focal session this afternoon after this opening session. So thank you very much for your attending here, because you have flight from your country to Yogyakarta, which is very far away, and all of you, you have to spare your time, and also you have to prepare all the works regarding this conference. So with this, all your efforts, we, on behalf of UMY, we would like to thank you very much for your participation in this ICOC 7. Allow me to deliver my insight to adding some information. I hope my speech here or my insight will be in line with the two keynote speakers here. Dr. Sharik talking about the Muslim philanthropy in the digital era, and also Professor Rofiko also discussed about the pentahelix collaboration, which is more explore and also engage with the disruptive innovation, which is more working on the utilization of the digital information. So on my session, I would like to share my experience and also what I got from the field when I was working with some of the local governments in Bali and as well in Karangasem, also in Yogyakarta province regarding my topic. So my topic is on Indonesian digital transformation between technology, governments, and public services in agile government perspective. I highlight the last part of my title is on agile government perspective. Why it is very important for all the governments as well for the stakeholders who are working with the government. I will refer to that Indonesia already entering the industrial 4.0 era since 2000, in last 2000. So in this era, government use their resources on technology and also equip all the technology information to develop a new modern bureaucracy, and this we call as the digital transformation in Indonesia. So it is very viable in our last 3 years when we were in the COVID pandemic era, that we are stay at home, but we could working from anywhere or we work from home. This pandemic is a momentum for us, for Indonesian government to accelerate their digital transformation. Move to first slide. This is my what I have written here, that Indonesia actually has the digital identity system itself. We have, for example, our ministry has many applications and has many systems within work online. The society use the digital technologies, and we also share infrastructure, particularly in the digital infrastructure. Next slide. So if I relate what is the importance of the digital transformation in the perspective of agile governments. First, we refer to the theory that for the agile government is the government which is create the adaptive organizational structure, and it also use the utilization of information technology and anticipate the disruptive environment in various sectors. So with this short definition, if we then further trying to tracing how the development of paradigm in Indonesia in its digital transformation, actually the government of Indonesia realized that the agile government is a long way to be implemented in Indonesia because if we refer to the development of this paradigm, actually it is the long way when it is practices in the private sector. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So the long history of the agile government, starting with the high-performing governments. So all the government, if they want to perform in effective performance, measured performance, and based on performance indicators, then they have to understand that the long way from 1916s that the high-performance government starting from Six Sigma, starting with Motorola at that time. We remember all of us has the handphone, and it is very famous, the product of Motorola. Maybe all of you participants who are age the same around me, 53, maybe you remember your experience using the old handphone, which is only can receive the calling and also to call others. And for government sector, they have the new what we call as the new wave of the intervening bureaucracy. It is starting with the theory on reinventing bureaucracy, and it is widening with the new theory on new public management. And at the end, also we have the whole government. The whole government pointing on how the government should be aware with the citizens' needs. And then in 2010, starting with the agile government perspective. So the agile government need more on how the implementation of the adaptive structure and using the big data analytics to support the evidence-based policy. Further, since this ICOC, the theme is on Society 5.0, and it also related and has a strong linkage with what happened in other countries such as Japan. Next slide, Mas. Learning from Japan that Japan now is already entering the era of Society 5.0, which is identified with the very super smart society. Maybe one of you also came from Japan? Or no, from Taiwan, or maybe from, yeah. This is what we learned from Japan, that Japan is a super smart society, so we already in the very high equipped with the technology in healthcare, medical, mobility, production, and infrastructure, and as well as the finance. If we refer to the strategies, what are the strategies that Society 5.0 utilize more. They use the drone technology, and then rethinking healthcare for the aging society, because Japan now is in the aging society. I think this is the same with Indonesia also for the next 10 years. And then unlocking the treasure trove of big data and unprecedented demographic shift. Next slide. Slide number 14. Slide number 14, Mas. 14. Is it the same with mine? I hope it is the same with mine, with the operator. So since the time is only limited for 25, because usually I teach the agile government for 1 semester. So I have to deliver in only 25 minutes. So I move to what is the digital government strategies. The digital government strategies, according to OECD, it refers on openness and engagement, the dimension, and then governance and coordination, and the third one is capacities to support implementation. Next, and to implement the digital government strategies, how is the digital government policy framework for OECD countries? They have the recommendation on digital by design and then data driven. Third is government as a platform, open by default, user driven, and proactiveness. So with this framework, we will further see how the implementation of the digital government in the agile perspective, particularly for the cases in Indonesia. So the case in Indonesia, slide number 18, Mas. 18. This one. This is the facts in Indonesia that Indonesians go online. We have, for example, we use for the internet for internet users. We have more than 150 million users for the internet, but we still do not know how they use the internet. Do they use for business? Do they use do they use for the learning online? We need more data on that. So for this digital government in Indonesia, I took the one specific policy from the Ministry of Communication, that now Indonesia, under the Ministry of Communication, we have 150 smart cities. So Indonesia have 340 city and regencies, but the project under the Ministry of Communication, now we have 150 smart city. So the question is, does smart city really bring Indonesia into digital government? Is it really proof that Indonesia occupied with all the technology which is could be named as the smart city? Smart city, next slide number 23. This is the Indonesian design on smart city. Indonesian government design on smart city, it has 6 dimensions that has to be implemented by the local government, that they call it as the smart governance. The government has to be smart first before their society, before their business sectors, before other stakeholders. So, number one, the first is the smart governance. They have to elaborate use the technology in bureaucracy, in public services, and in policy. Second is on smart branding. Smart branding is on to giving the tourism sector, business sector, and appearance of the city to be looking smart. So how they make the smart tourism, for example. They use all the technology to attract the tourists. And then also for the smart branding. The third dimension is the smart economy. The smart economy focuses on industry, welfare, and transaction. For all the city that has already declared as the smart city, they have to push the cashless transaction in their traditional market, not only in the mall or in the university or in the public offices, but also they have to be digitalized in the traditional market. Can you imagine the old people usually selling their foods or product, and they have to use the cashless transaction using the EDC or something else, or QRIS or something. This must be obstacles for them. But Indonesia starting this since 3 years ago. And the number 4 is smart living. How the transportation should be smart, the mobility should be smart, and the harmony. A harmony between people and their land. Number 5 is smart society. So this is the smart society. How the government could protect the society using their technology. For example, if there is, if they go to the tourism destination and they, for example, they go to the beach and then there is an alarm if they are very close to the beach, yeah, with the high wave. So this is on learning and security. And the last one is smart environment. Indonesia now has the big problem on waste because there is still very limited technology on waste. And Indonesia hope that local government could solve their problems on waste. Like Yogyakarta now, we are now still in the problem of waste. So I hope all of you do not waste many disposal here because we have the problem on waste. And smart environment, how to reduce the carbon emission, etc. So, in my opinion, with this digital transformation and the initiative, part of it already implementing the smart city, the result from the field showing that part of them lead to agile governments, that they use the technology and also they have the structure, adaptive structure to, for example, to solve the problem on waste. They create the special team for the waste, for example. But some of them, most of them still very struggle. They have to do more struggling, to be struggling to achieve the smart city. So this is the portrait of Indonesian digital transformation if we measure from the smart city implementation in Indonesia. So I think this is all of my presentation. There is still enough time or not? Oh, 5 minutes more. Oh, okay. So it seems that all of you already listened for 3 of us almost 75 minutes. I think that you need more refreshing. So I think I will stop my presentation here. And all of you, if you have a question, please raise a question to me or to Dr. Sarik or also to Prof. Rofiko. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arin, for your interesting presentation about how the Indonesia digital transformation and agile government. That's a really interesting concept as well. Then you also describe about the characteristic of the smart cities with 6 elements on it: smart governance, smart branding, smart economy, smart living, smart society, and smart environment. And yeah, with smart governance, actually, like how the government can integrate technology actually into their practice in bureaucracy. But is it also like sometimes like my curiosity is like only about developing app, because currently there are so many applications that we can use, but it's not connected with each other. So it's so many apps, but then yeah, is it effective? Or like maybe the participant also can, if you have any question to Professor Arin. And also like the waste management, how smart environment, and we are still having a huge problem with waste management in our country, especially in Yogyakarta nowadays, because we have the huge waste problem now. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arin. Now we will come to the Q&A session, but as I mentioned earlier, we only have like a very limited time for a Q&A session. So we only have 15 minutes for this discussion session. So I can only take maximum of 3 questions from the participants. I think that's the maximum that I can do. So to be fair, I will divide it or split the question from, I'll take question from the online participant that join us on Zoom meeting, and also I'm going to take a question from the participants that attend this conference on this room. So I already received 1 question online, and this is for Dr. Sarik, but I will wait, I will keep this question first, and then I will take 2 more questions from the participants here. So if you have any question, please raise your hand, and then, okay, we have 3 questions, okay. Okay, maybe we will take from, I think I saw one, you sir, and then because I think I saw Pak Dimas already raised his hand first, so I'll take Pak Dimas and the Papa in the middle. Can the committee help to give the microphone? Please state your name and also your organization and to which speaker you want to deliver your question, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, moderator. It's good to hear from a Scottish graduate. I studied law in Aberdeen and also Glasgow. Nice to see you. My question is for Dr. Shari. Forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. I am Jefferson Cameo from Satyawacana, and this is my friend Faki. Faki, can you stand up, please? Yeah, we also have a professor from Jakarta, Professor Teguh Prasetyo. He supervised our attending here. My question to Dr. Sharik is philanthropic. We have regulation in philanthropic, especially for our brothers and sisters Muslim in Indonesia, which is the Zakat law. I don't know, I would like to hear your opinion, Dr. Sharik, concerning this law, because in Indonesia we have many different religions. So if we only, for example, if you compare to your country, America, you are also a Juris Doctor. I learned from your degree. This is very interesting. If you compare Indonesian zakat law with the American society, or maybe European or other countries in the world, how's your ideas? I would like to learn from it, and thank you very much, because I will take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, sir, can you mention your name?
My name is Jefferson Cameo.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson Cameo from
Salatiga.
Satya Wacana. Okay, from Jefferson. Yeah, Mr. Jefferson Cameo from Satya Wacana, Salatiga. Yeah, it's nice to meet you here as well, sir, from Aberdeen. Hello, Scottish. Yeah, we also have another graduate, I think, here from Aberdeen, Prof. Yeah, also from Aberdeen. Okay, so I'll take the second question from Pak Dimas. Please, can you stand up and...
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Tantri. I have 3 questions directed to respective presenters. The first is to Dr. Sarik. Is there any government support in the U.S. concerning with the philanthropy movements? Because I don't hear just that from your presentations. And the second one for Professor Arin, is there any best practice, Prof, from your observation regarding with the smart city in Indonesia in particular, so that we can use it as a benchmark? And the second one and third one to the Prof. Rofiko, is there any standard, Prof, that has been developed by the government of Indonesia so far regarding with the resilient concept related with the Industrial Revolution 5.0? That's perhaps Dr. Tantri. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Dimas. Pak Dimas is from UMY as well for your 3 questions for all our 3 speakers here. And also, we have 1 question from Zoom meeting. This is from Amara Prameswari, and the question is for Dr. Sarik. So the question from Amara is, because Indonesia is a Muslim majority country, what do you think about the Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia itself, and how does it differs from other countries where Islam isn't as accepted? Okay, so we have 3 questions for Dr. Sarik, from Mr. Jefferson, and then from Amara, and also from Pak Dimas. So I'll give time for Dr. Sarik maybe to answer the question. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll go with the last question first, which is there government support in the United States for the philanthropic sector? And by definition, Muslim philanthropic sector, there is. In 3 ways. Organization, you don't have to pay sales tax or taxation on your earnings. So those are 2 forms. And then since the Reagan administration, there's been this rapid movement of the federal government providing grants to nonprofit organizations. And so Muslim charitable organizations have benefited. And more recently, during the COVID pandemic, the CARES Act created opportunity for many charities, including Muslim charities, to receive money from the government during the COVID pandemic. So I would argue that there's a lot of, as part of economic policy and social policy, the government spends money through the charitable sector. What's different about the US sector on that side is, on the regulation side, the government does very little. So it's a very under-regulated, it's self-regulated system. So it's kind of this unique place which provides a lot of resources, but doesn't provide a lot of regulations. So that's a quick answer to your question there. The second question about, because Indonesia is a Muslim majority. Yeah. So Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia is very similar to the vast majority of philanthropy across Muslim majority countries, but I would also argue even non-Western economies. Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia is largely informal, meaning people in Indonesia give to other people. And one of the arguments, and I think Dr. Hillman speaks to this, but also Dr. Amelia Fozia in her book about Indonesian philanthropy, is that this comes down to largely around trust. That the trust level with individuals is stronger Francis Fukuyama and Hendrickson talk about high trust societies and low trust societies. So institutions are trusted probably less than individuals are. And so what we see in Indonesia compared to others is that there's a lot of similarity in the informality. What's different in the United States post 9/11 is in the United States, government regulations in 2001 put heightened scrutiny on Muslim philanthropy, which has now resulted that Muslim philanthropy in America was largely informal in 2000, but now is largely formal. So what this suggests is that government regulations similar to what you're seeing in Indonesia across the world, it's not just in the Muslim countries, but regulations that came to the United States in 2001 and 2002 through the Patriot Act are trickling across the world now, and you're now seeing heightened regulations. So in 10 years from now, my sense of it is that in Indonesia, just like the rest of the world, you will see greater levels of formal philanthropy. The other piece I would say is that I would argue that in Indonesia, like many other non-Western countries, there are other forms of philanthropy that are very important. For example, smiling is a form of sadaqah, right? If you're about to do something, that's important. Grandmothers helping children is one. So there's an informal economy that we don't measure because there's no monetary vision. So I think that research in that area is really important. Last question around the zakat law. I think across Indonesia and across, you'll see this in Bangladesh, you'll see this in Pakistan, you'll see this in Saudi Arabia, there is heightened concern that there's a lot of zakat money. Just to give you an example, the United States, Muslims only represent 3.4 million, and we give $1.8 billion in formal zakat. If my numbers are correct, Indonesia has over 240 million, 260 million. Basnas, which is a formal state agency, state and federal, collects $1.8 billion in zakat. So the belief is that there's more zakat money in the Indonesian economy, but it's not being collected through institutions that can be invested strategically. And so I think much of the zakat law is about that institutionalization of that money so that we can somehow figure out a way to create public trust, and resulting in so that people can then, rather than giving money informally, can start giving formally, so that if there's a macro level money, if Basnas and Lazismu and Lazisnu, Human Initiative, all these agencies start collecting zakat money and zakat money becomes trillions of dollars, which is what the estimate is, then there can be a macro level government policy that actually can create a zakat economic system where we can go back to the time of Hazrat Umar, where there were no zakat recipients available, right? So the whole focus at the macroeconomic level, in my view, is largely around one, the concern about civil society, the concern that this money is being used badly. But the other piece of it is how to actually create a zakat economic system. Now, whether these zakat laws will actually do that, I'm not so sure. I think they are being done in a very one-sided way across the world. I'm not just talking about Indonesia. And I think there needs to be greater engagement with civil society and zakat collection agencies, non-profit organizations to make that happen. And I think that's not happening. It's coming from the top down. And I think for regulations to truly have the impact of engaging and bringing trust in society, it actually has to have some grassroots engagement. And so that would be my one critique across most of these regulatory frameworks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sari. I think it's already answered all the questions from Pak Dimas, also from Mr. Jefferson. Yeah. Okay, for the next question is for Professor Rofiko from Mr. Dimas. It's about, maybe if I'm not mistaken, or you can repeat your question, it's about the resilience concept developed by the government. Yeah. So please, Professor Rofiko.
Okay, thank you.
If you may answer the question. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. For instance, government already prepared financial industries that all the bank industries have to apply ESG, and they have to have diversified our corporate bond, not only normal corporate bond, but also green bond. And when they channeling the credit, they have to channel the credit for the industries that concern about environmental impact analysis. In the mining industries and the crypto industries, there is also a regulation that company has to respect the environment, greening the land after they use, and they can also use CSR money to greening environment around land. And when they use the money from the CSR, they can posting money cost. If they putting the money into the cost, it means they can using tax. So it's like this is like a relaxation for the companies that they provide the environment to get the sustainability. And for instance, there is can get here. Companies show environmental impact analysis. And this is about the planet. And we talk about the profit. There are also the regulation for the public companies that they have concern 5% have to channel the environment employees for training and for training. It means this is to promote talents, not only promote about the talent to be more active and more smart, but also the diversity and environment. For instance, in the state-owned enterprise, there are also regulations that in each state-owned enterprise, they have a plan put a minimum 20% of the top management is women. So it's also categorized as talent diversity. And 20% is millennials. This is a concern about the new top management. So I think this is quite important that our government already start to announce or to apply the regulation that increase the ability and the capability of the companies, of the industries, to apply sustainable in order to get resilience to face the futures. So the now very clear in financial industries there are already in the industries, in the mining industries, estate industries, and in state-owned enterprise. Hopefully, in the short term, all the industries will follow the regulation about the sustainable to get the resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rofiko. I hope that's clear and answer your question, Dimas. So for the last question is for Professor Arin, also still from Mr. Dimas, is about could you provide best practice sample of smart city that has been implemented in Indonesia?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Pak Dimas, smart person addressing smart question on smart city. So this is about the best practices. So in my experience, because I'm still very new in this project with the government, this is only one year. I'm involved in this project. So before I answer about the smart best practices on smart city, I would like to highlight that the smart city actually is an area which is could manage their resources with a smart solution and with the smart. What I mean that it could be solve the problem with its smart solution using the technology or non-technology. So or non-IT, not the technology itself, to improve the welfare of their society. So for the best practices, I would like to share with you. This is on Konawe. Do you ever heard about Konawe? Sulawesi. Yeah. Konawe is one of the best practices local city, local government in Indonesia that actually it has more specific solution. They develop smart solution on. First is on information system on road and bridges. I think Pak Asri also relates with this issue. They create the application, it called Sijantan. Yeah, Sijantan, yeah, not the other word. Sijantan is Sistem Informasi Jalan and Jembatan. If I translate it into English, is information system on road and bridges. So this is, for example, if the ambulance will go through this road, then they use the smart application to stop the other cars. I think in the developed country is a normal situation like this, normal things, yeah. But in Indonesia, this is we call it smart, yeah. Yeah, because we use the technology and we know how to solve the problem. So when the ambulance go to the road, it will not cause the traffic to the others. Yeah. And they also have the other information on Sistem Informasi Pariwisata Konawe or Visit Konawe. This is for tourism. Other smart city best practices is in Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, our province. They have the Jogja Smart Province, and Kota Yogyakarta has Jogja Smart Service. So all the services for the people, for the society, they can easily access the public services from this application. But remember that in Indonesia, we already have around 240,000 applications. This is including one application from Pak Dimas. One of them is application from Pak Dimas on Syariah Finance, right, Pak Dimas? Yeah. So we can imagine there is a use of application in Indonesia. That's why the central government trying to integrate it, their application, so it will not it will not burden to the user itself, because one people could use 10 application for 10 public services. So this is quite hard for the person who use the application. And other innovation which is in the smart city, which is not always using the technology. For example, Jember has the carnival, street carnival, yeah, street fashion carnival. And Tomohon in Sulawesi, yeah, North Sulawesi, has festival bunga, flower festival. In Bali, they have many innovation in Bali, because they have, for example, keberani or something like us. This is more on, oh yeah, sorry, I forget. We have bank sampah. What we call it, bank sampah in English, Pak Farid? Can you translate which is appropriate? Waste bank. Waste bank. Yeah. but not West Bank, yeah. West Bank in Indonesia. This is how the government try to educate the people to sort the waste, plastic or non-plastic or something else. But it seems this movement is not very success in Indonesia because there are also some obstacle on this to manage the waste. So Jember, we have Celita. Jember melihat dan memantau. This is the beautiful word. Celita means that beautiful girl. But this is an application. Celita, Cianmas, Cider, Jember Digital Entrepreneur, and Genius, Jember News. Yeah. So this is among the best practices, Pak Dimas, and usually the best practices always go along with the economic values as well as the solution for the problem in its society. Thank you, Pak Dimas.
Thank you, Professor Aryan, and I hope that also answer your question, Professor Dimas. Professor Dimas, ya, insya Allah ya, Professor Dimas. Mr. Dimas. Okay, I think and I believe actually there are still plenty of questions from our participants, both that attend online and also here with us offline. But due to the time constraint, we have to end this session because we only have 15 minutes of Q&A session. So I'm really sorry for all the participants that maybe still have questions to all our three speakers that we cannot address at this time. But maybe we can reach personally after this session. I think it's welcome, Professor Aryan and also Dr. Sarik. And I'm afraid this is the end of our fruitful session. Through this session, we have learned a lot from our three speakers. We learned from Dr. Sarik about the Muslim philanthropy, and then from Professor Rofiko about the pentahelic collaboration, and also about agile government from Professor Aryan. And I believe that participants who attend this conference will gain valuable insights from all our three distinguished speakers. So I would like to once again extend my gratitude to our three amazing speakers, Dr. Sarik, Professor Rofiko, and also Prof. Aryan, for making time and sharing your expertise with us. Please give a round of applause for our three speakers. Thank you very much for all the participants that still following our discussion until the end of the session, and I hope to see you again in the next ICOSI, 8th ICOSI next year. And then I also really enjoyed moderating this conference. Thank you very much, and then I will hand it over to the MC for the next agenda. Thank you once again, thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Ms. Su Tantri, NSMSc PhD, for guiding us in the keynote speech session of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to moving on to the next event, which is the Research and Innovation Institution Expo, that will be reported by our college. APT Saptanti Harimurti, MSI PhD. Your report, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, participants and guests of ICOSI 2023. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has a plan to become a socio-cultural university in 2040. To realize this plan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has created 5 strategies milestones that are: first, reputable international university in 2020; second, research excellent university in 2025; third, toward leading entrepreneurial university in 2030; fourth, academic entrepreneurial university in 2035; fifth, socio-cultural university in 2014. Since 2020, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has targeted to become a research excellent university, which is a research-based university that is directed at creating innovation and scientific products that have economic values. The following innovation products from research conducted in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta are: of ICOSI 2023. The innovation product, as described earlier, is the result of the collaboration between Research and Innovation Institute, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and several institutions including Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Omni Elektrindo Semarang, Jogja Surya Selaras, Ungaran Sari Garmen, Keslab Yogyakarta, PT Indra Deterjen Turki. We thank you for the collaboration that has been built. Hopefully, we can continue our collaboration in producing innovative products that have value for the wider community. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was all for the opening ceremony and the plenary sessions of the 7th ICOSI 2023. We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude and feel of honor for your presence and for your actively participations in our agenda. And also, we inform you that the closing ceremony of the 7th ICOSI 2023 will be held tomorrow on August 10th, 2023. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's close our event today by reciting Hamdallah together. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
However, right after the break session, we are still here with you to report some sneak peeks of our focal session during our event today. So please stay tuned. We inform you that the toilet for ladies at the left side of this room and the toilet for gentlemen at the right side of this room.
And also, we would like to inform to all distinguished guests, vice rectors, keynote speakers for both ICOSI and also all focals, keynote speakers for all focals to enjoy your lunch in the rectorate building, rectorate lobby, and first floor A.R. Fahruddin building. The locations is right next to this building, and also it will be accompanied or guided by the committees.
And last, for all participants, the lunch meals has already prepared at each focal location of 7th ICOSI of UMY. Thank you very much. Okay. I think we will have a little bit reportation from the location? Maybe at the focal. Oh, okay. So we will have a reportation session at the Research Innovation Institution Expo. Okay. So we have our sister Salsa. Hello, Salsa.
Hello, Sister Bella. Am I audible?
Okay,
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. So this is
Yes.
Salsa, and I'm reporting live from the Research and Innovation Center. They are currently having an exhibition of their innovations as well as their creations. Now let's find out more about what is this expo is about and what kind of innovations are there being shown today. Now I'm here with...
Okay, my name is Takaful Pambudir Harjo. I'm from Intellectual Property Center in Research and Innovation Institute, UMY.
Okay, so we have various innovations right here today, right? Could you please show us what is the most interesting innovation?
Okay, thank you for this great opportunity in front of all of you, participants of innovation. international conference on sustainable innovation, sustainable innovation, and so we are right now showing our research and innovation products from the lecturer and the student as well. And as you can see, we are bring at least 20 invention, and you can see 14 in this display right here and right now, and several we just display on video. Okay. Okay. I know you are curious about this invention, so let me try to tell you about one and other invention. So from here, we can see the robot. The robot, wheel football robots. This is for competition, student competition, and this is the next competition will begin at last August. And then we can see this is a SIR robot or search and rescue robot. This is a prototype, but we can see the prototype, but this prototype is also compact to for the student. And then also we can the drone. This is a vertical takeoff landing drone. That is also student that make it. And the beside of the drone, we can see the electric batik stove. That is an invention because usually the stove is traditional. And the wax it's will bad if we not use in the long time. But with this invention, we can use the wax to the batik every time. Okay, and then move to the another invention. So we also display the organic fertilizer to edamame. So this is good for edamame because the edamame is very popular right now. And the most great one, this is a invention. We say Lovebot. This is a robot that can sterilize the room or the stuff with the light, with the UV light. So my partner will operate this device. So this device can sterilize the room with the UV light, directly with the UV light. And this part is UV light. And this is the component of the robot. And in the front, this is a camera because when we use UV light, we can we prohibit near with this invention because the UV light is very dangerous. But the dangerous can sterilize the bacteria and etc. Okay, and these tools also can take the 2 meter higher. Okay, and this is if we can see I think the best product right now. This is a cough watch. We call cough watch. Cough watch can measure several vital signs in our body, like blood pressure, temperature, heart rate, anything else. And this is when we measure, the data will collect to the device or computer, and the doctor can quick to make a decision to the patient. Okay. And this is the soap. This is a organic soap, and this create mix the coconut oil and several serum. This is a soap for body or body soap. This invention or this product is made by a lecturer at the Department of Pharmacy, and everyone will see this soap in the back when you registration in the ground floor. So this is, I think, the last one. This is a virgin coconut oil. That this is what's make different between this coconut oil and the other. This is we put, or the researcher put the enzyme from the pineapple. It's make more effective to make a coconut oil. So that is maybe I can explain to all of you.
All right, thank you very much for the explanations. And if anyone curious and would like to come and see to the Research and Innovation Expo, you could come to the ground floor at R. Farudin B at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Now back to you, Sister Bella and Brother Shafiq.
Thank you very much, Sister Salsa. That's a great explanation, as Brother Shafiq.
And then we're going to inform, thank you, Salsa, for the report. We're going to wait for your another report for another focals. And then please, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to inform you for the report for the another focals will be reported right after the break sessions. So enjoy your break sessions, enjoy your lunch.
And see you.
See you.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we sing in here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Afrawinda, and in here there is pianist. The name is Bagas Pulung. Allow me to sing here. The first song is Someone Like You by Adele. sometimes it hurts inside. You know how the time flies with this time of life we burn rising in a summer haze born by be surprised the glory days I had to turn up out of the blue and if I bright can't stay away I can't fight it I hope you see my face I had a bit of mind that for me easy and over never will I find someone like you I wish nothing but the best for you to don't forget me I beg I'll remember you say sometimes let's love but sometimes it hurts inside nothing compares no worries of cares regret or mistake the memory says would have been this things never will I find someone like you I wish nothing but the best for you to don't forget me I beg I'll remember you said sometimes let's love but sometimes it hurts instead thank you. Okay, the next song is You Are the Reason. You are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. 'Cause my mind racing. 'Cause you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm helpless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I makes you the light, feet in the dark, spend every hour. Getting louder. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand when you share this with me. It's Charlie without you. All the sign of 1,000 spotlight, all the sound you steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Tons of gold are still too little. These hands can hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough. Okay, and this last song is Andai Aku Bisa by Krisya. Memutar kembali waktu Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path. It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Muda Mendunia.
Berada di tengah-tengah kemeriahan, kehebohan mahasiswa baru 2022 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Generasi mahasiswa baru 2022, muda mendunia, selamat berkarya. Mantap UMY 2022.
2, 1.
When you're screaming out, but you can't make a sound, you know it's only a dream. When your back hits the ground and things turn around, you know it was only a dream. 'Cause nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. When the roof caves in and you just can't win, you know it'll only get better, only get better. When you fall too far, don't go back to the start, you know it'll only get better, only get better. Nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. And you know my love nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. We will live a life, we will live a life, live a life, we will live a life in the fast lane. We will live a life, we will live a life, live a life, we will live a life in the fast lane.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Summer School is officially opened.
Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru umur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986, pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode, alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi. Dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribisnis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri, sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah, baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah. Dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Istiratnawati dari kelas Agribisnis D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribisnis saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan 2 skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya, sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi ko-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribisnis. Pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribisnis, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribisnis, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6 dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan agribisnis. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atang Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami, sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqomah Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Kuswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Kuswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
Stay up until morning. I'm about to lose my faith. Give me something. Don't let me let it go. We have so much more. I need you to make it out of give up. Make it easy to give in. Don't let me let go. Please don't cut the road. I need you to make it out of give up. Make it easy to give in. Don't let me let go. Tumbling down the streets, I'm on my way to get the night train. I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
UMT adalah kami mampu menerima 10 mahasiswa UMT dengan kita nanti akan memberikan free dormitory dan free local accommodation. Kemudian
juga saya subsidi untuk mahasiswa fakultas lain yang bukan itu saya subsidi.
Bisa di sana mengalami menyelesaikan studi saya dan saya akan bergaul dengan orang-orang di tempat saya sekolah, dengan semua asosiasi mahasiswa di sana. Saya tiap malam akan bergaul ke sana. Ini kapan?
Agribusiness Web, jaya, jaya, juara.
Dokumen-dokumen lain selain identitas diri, data diri, yang paling penting saya sampaikan, kalau teman-teman motifnya tadi mau belajar, maka rekomendasi penting ya.
Hearts of fire through and through. Follow me, I'll follow you. We will pursue everything together.
Tadi Pak Zaki dimintaannya nih subjek yang akan diambil selain kultur living design nanti mata uangnya jelas berbeda. Jauh nggak akomodasi dari universitas? Karena kemudian tadi transportasi menuju universitas seperti apa?
Bedanya kalau CT pada saat 2021 dia online, kalau ISMA offline. Nah, kemudian 2022 ini karena dananya sangat terbatas, terjun payung, dananya menjadi dari 158 mahasiswa, dari 135 universitas yang diterima hanya MA mana. Jadi hanya 17 proposal dari 17 universitas yang diterima dari pendaftar 135 universitas.
Caranya kita tuh bisa meyakinkan mereka bahwa kita tuh memiliki kelebihan yang bermanfaat bagi orang-orang di sekitar kita.
Halo teman-teman semuanya, so hari ini kita mengikuti workshop yakni peningkatan kapasitas mahasiswa untuk mengikuti student mobility. Nah, untuk workshop pada hari ini diikutin oleh mahasiswa-mahasiswi UMY dari program studi Agribusiness. Dan kesan untuk workshop pada hari ini sangat menarik dan pastinya kita mendapatkan wawasan juga ilmu yang banyak dari narasumber kita pada hari ini. So, untuk mahasiswa-mahasiswi Agribusiness UMY pastinya memiliki banyak ilmu untuk nantinya mereka yang akan student exchange di negara yang akan dituju. Terima kasih.
melakukan workshop terkait dengan evaluasi dan integrasi capaian pembelajaran berstandar asing.
Menggunakan SAR masing-masing program studi. Ketika kami daftar, itu dari SAR dari asli keluar bahwa tidak ada SAR dan join SAR. Jadi awalnya kami mempersiapkan SAR itu dari masing-masing program studi.
Pertama tanggal 7 itu, ya, tanggal 7 Februari kemarin saya visitnya.
Agribisnis UMY siap asik.
Inisiasi kerjasama.
Ada 6 dosen dan kemudian 16 tenaga pendidikan.
Kemudian ada yang jadi dosen juga di beberapa wilayah di
The 4th IConARD 2023 International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development will start in a moment. Therefore, we ask for all participants to turn off your audio and place yourself adjusting the position of your cameras.
Please welcome the host of Fourth IConARD 2023, Adinda Kecana and Fahrezi Hafid.
The Excellency, Dr. Natalie Jones from University of Queensland, Australia. The Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Insinyur Indira Prabasari, MP, PhD. The Head of Agribusiness Study Program, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, SP, MAPP, SC, PhD. The Chief of Fourth IConARD 2023, Dr. Insinyur Sriadi, MP. Distinguished guests and participants of Fourth IConARD 2023.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all distinguished guests and participants. It doesn't seem like the fourth year of IConARD has arrived yet. The fourth year of IConARD 2023, International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, this time brought out the theme, Global Environment Challenges in Agriculture. This event takes place hybrid and is broadcasted live streaming via YouTube, Prodi Agribusiness UMY, and Zoom meeting.
Alhamdulillah, all praises to Allah as the Lord at the Word, as the Master and Creator of everything in this universe. His mercy and blessing enabling us to participate in this event, which is being broadcast live from the building 4th floor, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
May salawat and salam always be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th IConARD 2023 International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development. Well, let's open our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To start our event today, let's listen together to the recitation of the Holy Quran. Quran Surat At-Tahrim, verse 4 to 8. It will be recited by Aludin Ramadan. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Allah, God Almighty, speaks the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all audience to rise and sing in the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya. All audience, please stand up. Sang Surya by Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadi Kusumo. All audience, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda. Speech, welcoming remarks, and opening ceremony of the 4th IConARD 2023 by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Insinyur Indira Prabasari, MP, PhD. Time is yours.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Natalie Jones from University of Queensland, UQ, and Dr. Zuhud Rozaki from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Honorable guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, or we can say IConARD. The first IConARD was conducted in 2020, and it was established to accommodate academicians and lecturers, researchers to disseminate their scientific works in agribusiness and rural development. I would like to begin with a few words about the broader context of sustainable agriculture, because that's the main theme since this international conference established. There is no question about the importance of sustainable agriculture. I think we all agree about that. How to fulfill society's food and at the same time preserve the ecosystem is the goal of sustainable agriculture. Practitioners of sustainable agriculture seek to integrate three aims into their works: a healthy environment, economic profitability, social and economic equity. According to United Nations, in this case, Food and Agriculture Organization, there are 5 principles for guiding strategic development to sustainability agriculture. First, improving efficiency. Second, direct action to conserve, protect, and enhance natural resources. Third, protect and improve rural livelihoods and social well-being. Fourth, enhance the resilience of people, communities, and ecosystem, especially to climate change and market volatility. And the last one is good governance both in natural and human system. Then with the topic Global Environment Challenges in Agriculture, the conference is designed to support the United Nations SDG, especially to achieve the zero hunger state worldwide. The influence of climate change on the agricultural sector in Indonesia is multi-dimensional, from resources, agricultural infrastructure, agricultural production system, food security, and the farmer welfare. And those issues will be discussed in the conference. I'm glad to say that the conference attracted hundreds of people, including academic scientists, lecturers, and research scholars. However, we managed to select 144 papers coming from Indonesia, Russia, Malaysia, Australia, the Philippines, and Japan. The conference is conducted offline with 29 participants and online with 115 participants. Presented papers will be published in A3S Web of Conference, which is Scopus Proceeding, and Scopus Journal, the Agraris, Journal of Agribusiness and Development Research. In this opportunity, I would like to say thank you to the committee for their commitment and hard work, especially to Dr. Sriadi as the chairperson for this committee. And I'm sure that you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges during the conference. And finally, I wish you every success with this important conference and look forward to learning about the outcome. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Insinyur Indira Prabasari, MP, PhD, for the speech. And please remain on the stage. We are going to proceed to the next event, which is hitting the gong to officially open the 4th International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, IConARD 2023, by the Dean of Faculty Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and will be accompanied by the Chief of 4th IConARD 2023, or Vice Dean of Faculty Agriculture, the Head of Agribusiness Study Program, Secretary of Agribusiness Study Program, and Lab Coordinator, Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please come to the stage.
By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 4th IConARD International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development is officially open.
Okay, please remain on the stage. We are going to proceed to the photo session. And please, for Dr. Natalie Jones, if you kindly join us for the photo session, please. Okay, are the cameras ready? Okay. On a count on 3. 1, 2, 3. Say cheese. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. You may go back to your seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause one more time, please. Okay, thank you. Still with us, in the 4th IConARD 2023, we see that all are still excited to follow the sequence of events from beginning to the end. This event is intended to discuss various issues and studies related to the topic of agribusiness and rural development. And this activity consists of 2 main activities, namely plenary talk and parallel discussion.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda that will be led by our colleague, Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, SP MIPP SG PhD. He pursued his master's degree in Applied Biological Science, Gifu University, Japan in 2018 and got his PhD in Science, Gifu University, Japan in 2022. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, SP MIPP SG PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indira Prabasari PhD, the Chairman of IConARD, Dr. Sriyadi, and all Agribusiness Department lecturers, and all participants in this plenary session. So to open this first meet, I would like to say pantun. So if I say one line, all participants here, you can say cakep. Okay? Can you say cakep, Dr. Natalie? All right, good. Okay, the first line. Go to museum with my woman. To see leopard from the East Africa. Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IConARD 2023 in Yogyakarta. Okay, thank you. Dijawab, salamnya dijawab. Yeah, matur nuwun. Okay, yeah. For this plenary session, IConARD, the topic is the global environment challenge in agriculture. So please introduce my name. My name is Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, and it is my pleasure and honor to be moderator for today's discussions of these plenary sessions. And this conference listed more than 140 research articles from various countries. And after the keynote speakers giving the presentations, we will have a question and answer at the end of the presentations to give you an overview of what we'll be discussing, and we'll be covering a main point of agenda. And as a participants from offline or online, now you are seeing Zoom meeting. So you are encouraged to ask a question, to share your thought and present any relevant example. And this is meant to be interactive discussion, so don't hesitate to contribute with your insights. And this plenary session, we have 2 amazing keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Natalie Jones from the University of Queensland, Australia. and Dr. Zuhud Rozaki from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. So before I invite the speakers, I would like to introduce you the amazing speakers. Please wait. Okay. The first keynote speaker is the Dr. Natalie John from University of Queensland, and Natalie is a research fellow and lecturer at the University of Queensland, Australia, and she is in applied anthropology that is dedicated to advancing the role of social science in agriculture and natural resource management within the interdisciplinary teams. And her research interests involve understanding how people perceive and interact with the environmental system. And also she teaches undergraduate and the postgraduate level course, including the global challenge in agriculture, advanced research methodologies, and also regulatory frameworks in the environmental management and planning. So please welcome Dr. Natalie Jones. Okay, for the next inspirational person, hard worker person. So the next speakers is Zuhud Rozaki, SP, MAPP, SC, PhD. He was born in Karanganyar, and also he graduated from Gifu University from 2017, and he has a lot of research articles, of course. So also he is the chairman of ICOSI of University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So please welcome Zuhud Rozaki. Okay, so before we start the discussion and before we want to hear what is the materials and the presentation of the two amazing speakers, I would like to say hello from Dr. Natalie. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Are you doing very well? Good.
Yes.
So how do you feel in Yogyakarta?
How am I feeling?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm having a great time. I really appreciate all the hospitality. I have been very well looked after ever since I arrived. So this is my first time in Jogja.
Wow, it's very nice. Giving applause to Dr. Natalie.
Thank you.
And how's the weather? Is hot in Indonesia? Yeah?
It is a little bit hot, but my hometown, Brisbane, is quite warm as well. Not at the moment because we're just coming out of winter.
Yeah.
But I'm used to the climate here, so I quite like it, the warm
Yeah.
weather.
Okay, thank you very much. So, how about Dr. Zuhud Rozaki? How are you?
Matur nuwun.
Matur nuwun.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. Actually, in Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, we do have so many experts in agriculture or maybe in agribusiness, but this year they gave me opportunity to sit here and accompany Dr. Natalie John to give some sharing about our research or our experiences.
Okay, so the first keynote speaker will present the social science in the food system transformations. So this is related to our topics. It's about the global environment challenge. So without any further ado, so time is yours, Dr. Natalie.
Okay, so I stand up here?
Yes.
Okay.
Doctor, can you see?
So I stand there?
Yeah. Or if you want to have a seat also, okay. Up to you. Okay, okay.
Okay, so thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the organizers and Zaki for inviting me to this conference. It's been really wonderful so far hearing from the speakers this morning, and So what I'm going to be talking about today is social science in food system transformation. So if we're going to be able to sustain our food systems in the face of these global environmental challenges, it's going to take multidisciplinary efforts, and social sciences are going to play a really important role in that. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today, that it shouldn't just be tacked on to the end, it should be a real important part. So who do I tell to do the next slide? Next slide? Yes. Okay, so we've already introduced myself, but I'm from Brisbane, social scientist interested in how humans interact with the environment. I'm from the University of Queensland, and some recent research projects I've worked on is regenerative agriculture as a pathway to more sustainable food systems, and sustainable wood products in Fiji. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Okay, so just to give you an outline of what I'm going to be talking about, this is about global environmental challenges. So I'm going to be talking about the state of the global environment to kind of anchor the importance of this subject. I'm then going to be talking about food production as a driver of environmental degradation globally, and what it means to transform our food system. So we've probably already heard this term before, so I'm just going to just unpack what that actually means, and then talk about what the role of social scientists are in that transformation. Okay, so state of the environment. So I don't mean to be alarming here, but it's just where the state of the environment is at the moment. So again, this talk is about global environmental challenges in agriculture, which is why I'm just going to outlay kind of where we're at with different environmental metrics. So the UN has issued a code red for humanity. I'm sure you're aware of this. I've heard in a lot of talk about this in the earlier keynote speakers, that we are in an environmental crisis and that we need to act now because time is running out and we still see the trends going in the opposite direction. So we do need to do something about the environment globally. And we just had our hottest month ever recorded in history. And then another comment coming from the UN Secretary is that climate change is here, it is terrifying, and it's just beginning. So we do need to act. It's not something that we can put on the shelf for later. It's something that we have to deal with now. So we are seeing that our planet is warming. We're seeing climate records tumbling. So there are a lot of media reports are coming out, and they're backed by the science. So the science is showing that our planet is continuing to warm. We're also seeing mass biodiversity loss on a global scale. And these, again, are being driven by human activities. So human activities are driving wide-scale biodiversity loss, and we're currently experiencing the 6th mass extinction of species on Earth, and that includes species that underpin our food systems. So the governments around the world recognise this, and they've got together to implement the 30 by 30 target, which is about protecting 30% of the Earth's land and sea. So this was a recent announcement from the UN of how to protect our biodiversity. So when we're talking about protecting land, that's going to affect how we produce food and the farmers that are involved in food production. So again, we have been hearing about climate change for many years, but now the scientists are putting biodiversity loss on par with climate change. So they're both critical issues. We're not just talking about climate change and how to deal with that, we're also talking about the importance of dealing with biodiversity loss at the moment. Fresh water is also an issue. So as our planet warms, we're also getting more droughts in some places and more significant rainfall, flooding, cyclones. So our water cycle is intensifying, and again, that is also affecting food production globally. So just the key messages about the environmental aspect is that we are experiencing climate crisis and an ecological crisis. Greenhouse gas emissions are warming the planet, and we're experiencing biodiversity loss. So that kind of sets the stage for the environmental global challenges that we're facing. So now let's look at food production and its role within that. So food production is a key driver of greenhouse gas emissions. It's responsible for about 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions globally. So when governments are talking about cutting their targets, they will be looking at agriculture, the agricultural sector, and how they can make changes there. So there's a key challenge that we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and at the same time, farmers are having to deal with flooding, droughts, poor soil conditions. So as they're having to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they're also having to deal with these environmental constraints. So that makes a massive challenge that science researchers are going to have to help to solve. So greenhouse gas emissions will mean, so we're going to have to change the way we produce food on a global scale. Deforestation and biodiversity loss, conversion of natural ecosystems, so taking natural ecosystems and using forested land for food production is also a big driver of biodiversity loss. So again, our food system is under threat from losing that biodiversity, but at the same time, it's a driver, so it creates a significant problem. And agriculture is responsible for using 70% of fresh water use on a global scale. So it's a major user of fresh water. So that puts into perspective our food production systems and how it relates to these global environmental challenges, which is the focus of this conference. But not only are our food systems driving environmental degradation, but we've had a number of reports also showing that globally our food systems are failing to support human nutrition. So we have a significant number of people that are malnourished, but we also have a significant number of people that are overweight or consume too many calories. So we haven't got the balance right there. So we also need to look at how we can produce healthier food. And a lot of people can't access this healthy food. So not only is our food system creating a lot of environmental problems globally, but our food system on a global scale is also failing to support human nutrition. And we also have to recognise that 4.5 billion people globally depend on these food systems for their livelihood. So if we are going to start thinking about how we can make the food that we produce more nutritious and deal with these environmental problems, we really can't forget about the farmers that are the rural people that are the backbone of this industry. So we need to include their voices in how we deal with these environmental challenges. And if we're going to be talking about producing more nutritious foods, how we involve rural people in these decisions as well. So human livelihoods is another key component of this problem that we have. So a key message here is that food production globally is a key driver of environmental degradation due to the greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss through changing natural ecosystems into farms. But at the same time, it's failing to support human nutrition. And so that brings me to the key point that we are hearing from the United Nations, the FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, CGIAR, a lot of these really big organizations that we need to transform our food systems so that we get better health and environmental outcomes, but also social inclusion, and including the rural poor and rural farmers is really important. And so the question is, how can we address the complexity of that problem? Whoops, sorry, wrong way. Okay, so then that's where we get to this idea of transforming our food systems. And you might have heard this term come up quite a bit in the agricultural, agribusiness, rural development literature, food system transformation. It is a term that's been talked about quite a bit at the moment. So previously, food systems to address food security have focused on just increasing production. So many of you are aware of the Green Revolution. So there was a lot of hunger, starvation earlier in the 20th century. And this problem was often framed as a food production problem. If we produce more food, we'll have better food security. So that's been an important, so that kind of drove research and investment in research by looking at how we can produce more food. So then the idea was, if we produce more food, we'll have more food security. But we currently see the problems that we're in at the moment when we look at the trends globally in terms of the environmental degradation, the rural poor. A lot of rural farmers are still experiencing poverty, and also the nutritional outcomes. So we have to think in a more complex way about this problem. So looking at this idea of the Green Revolution, quite a lot has been written about it, and definitely it did have some positive outcomes in terms of contributing to reduction in hunger, improving life expectancy. So there has been some really good outcomes from the Green Revolution that focused on increasing productivity and yields. There was also some progress in improving levels of nutrition and health, but there was some regional differences with that. But at the same time, we are also seeing now global trends of environmental degradation, which I just outlined, and that the global food system is failing to provide affordable, healthy diets, and we're also seeing widespread rural poverty. So while there has been some gains with the Green Revolution, there's also been some limitations that need to be addressed, and some quite significant limitations, particularly when we're talking about global environmental challenges, which is the focus here. So this idea of a global food system transformation is firmly on the agenda of the FAO, World Bank, SGIAR, and a number of other international organisations that are working in the agricultural, agribusiness space. And it's also on the agenda of the Indonesian government. So they have they're committed to food system transformation. So this is a document from the UN website that lays out the Indonesian government's plan. So I just want to highlight that it's no longer just about increasing food production. It's about promoting local food, diverse foods, education and training, farmers' cooperation, agro-ecosystem health, so looking at nature-based solutions in agriculture, and the governance, how decisions are made. So it's starting to think more broadly about our food systems, and in a more complex way. So you can see the environment coming in there, the human dimensions, as well as the technological innovations as well. So we can reframe food security through a food systems lens. A food system framework helps us to think more in a more complex way about this problem that we face. And so this provides a framework to look at how the different parts of the food system, how we produce, process, sell, how all the different activities interact to give us different kinds of outcomes. And it's a useful way of looking at how we can produce enough healthy food in a way that protects the environment, meets people's nutritional needs, and also maintains people's livelihoods. So it helps us to think about this. So here's a very narrow view of how we can think about food security. So as before, in the Green Revolution, it was about food production and increasing food availability and potentially food affordability. But if we zoom out and look at this in a more complex way, there's a lot of different food system diagrams out there, but this is just one, and it kind of lays out all the different parts of what makes up a food system, what the drivers are. It just helps us to zoom out and realise that it's much more complex, and we can use this when we're doing our research to think about how our little research problem fits into the bigger picture. So that's what a food system is. And then a food system, and then so transformation means to drastically change. It's not just tweaking how much fertilizer or pesticide you're using. It's about drastically changing the food system. And as we said, the food system is the activities and interactions. So a food system transformation is making drastic changes to how we produce and sell food and consume food, so that we start to get different outcomes, more environmentally friendly, more nutritious foods, and we look after rural farmers. So how do we use this term food system transformation that you've probably heard quite a bit? So we can use this idea of food system transformation to understand past significant changes to our food system. So we can use it to explain the different dynamics of and outcomes of past food system transformation. So the Green Revolution is described as a major transformation that happened in the past. And by using this idea of a food system transformation, we can start to look at what the outcomes were by applying this food system lens. We can also use food system transformation as a way to drive deliberate food system transformation. So we're not just understanding what happened in the past. We can be more deliberate in deciding what kind of outcomes we want. So we want more environmentally friendly outcomes. We want rural livelihoods protected. We want more nutritious foods. So how can we make changes within our system to achieve these outcomes? And there's a big push at the moment for the protein transition. So moving away from animal-based proteins into plant-based proteins. So that's what some people are describing as a major food transformation that's going on now. And this deliberative, like having an idea of what we want to achieve, is how these different organisations are using this food system transformation. So they've mapped out what kind of outcomes they want to achieve, and they've put in strategies to achieve those outcomes. Food system transformation can also be about understanding the political dimensions within how these transformations happen, and often the power dynamics that are trying to stop these transformations. So there's many organisations, companies, big business that want to just lock in the current system. So you can use this food transformation idea to look at the power relations that are in that system to understand where the barriers are to transforming our food systems. So the key messages in that section is that a food system provides us with a lens to explore how we produce and consume food in a more holistic way rather than in that narrow way. It helps us to better understand the social and environmental outcomes. Transformation is a term that is used to describe substantial, not incremental change. And food system transformation provides a way for helping us to understand past major changes that have occurred. So now we're just going to talk about the role of social science. So this is the last section. I hope I'm still on time. So social science has a really important role to play here. So if you're involved in agribusiness or rural development, you're probably part of this food system transformation that is trying to push things towards more environmentally friendly food production or healthier food production. So I think it's really worth thinking about how your research or the work that you do sits within this whole system. So social science, so I'm a social scientist and I'm here to communicate the importance of having a social science researcher on your team or remind you of the importance of your work in food system transformation. So it's going to, food system transformation, oh, I'm 10 minutes over? Yes. Is that okay? Yes. Keep going, sorry. It's about creating social change. So that's about people in the system. We've got to change people's behaviour. We can understand how past changes have impacted people. So if there's been new technological innovations, have all sectors of society, all different farmers been able to use those technologies, or have some people been shut out of that? Looking at how policy changes might impact farmers. And social scientists also have an important role to play in facilitating future behaviour change, so helping people to adopt new technologies, new practices, and perhaps comply with new regulations that come in. So that's just an example. So Queensland Government implemented new legislation to limit the amount of fertiliser and pesticide that was being used on farms near the Great Barrier Reef. So social science can play a role there to see how that impacted farmers' livelihoods, if they changed their practices at all, was there any environmental benefit? So that's a role for the social scientists. Okay. Critically evaluate human impacts of change. So social scientists are key to revealing the unintended consequences of single-focused interventions. So provide critical insights into understanding the broader system to identify opportunities for change or the unintended consequences of change. So we're dealing with people. What's going to drive people to change their behaviour? What are the barriers? We can also drive deliberative and purposive change. So it's about taking a new direction. So how can we decide which direction we want to go with our food system change to make sure we have food security, protect the environment, and support local livelihoods? So while we might have agreement on what we want to achieve, how we go about doing that is still up in the air. So we need to bring lots of people to the table. We need to hear lots of voices of how we can do that. And that's, again, a role for the social scientist to facilitate hearing from lots of people and bringing it all together. They kind of are able to keep that big picture in view. So we want to shift from innovations that are perhaps just profit-driven and random to having them be more sustainable. I'll jump over the example. Sorry. So I just jumped to the overall closing remarks. So the situation is urgent. Climate change and biodiversity loss are threatening our food systems globally. It's urgent. but you have agency to understand how your work fits into this bigger picture of the food system and this food system transformation that is underway and being facilitated by the UN, the World Bank, governments, Indonesian government. So how does your work fit in that, and realize that you're playing an important role there? And also, it's going to require collaboration. So as researchers, be vulnerable. It's hard to work in an interdisciplinary space, so be open to willing and to listen to other stakeholders. It's okay to make mistakes and not know things. So collaboration is going to be important. And also lead from your area of strength. So don't shy away from taking a leadership role. Understand that you do have some strengths, and just lead from that position. And again, the UN Secretary General, leaders must lead, no more hesitancy, no more excuses, no more waiting for others to move. So we've all got to be part of making this shift. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie. Yeah, you have a great time, exactly 30 minutes. So yeah, I wish all participants here in the room or even in online Zoom, please prepare your questions to ask. And maybe this is a good chance to ask with the specialists, especially in the food system transformations. And I wish also all participants here can follow and can understand the theory. And if you don't understand, you can ask directly through, after this presentation, we will have a discussion, question and answer, or if you have any question in the Zoom meeting, you can drop and comments below in the comment box, and then the committee will, and I will also read your comments. And the next speakers, we really wait for you. Dr. Zuhud Rozaki, with the title also, the similar research in the food security, with the title Food Security, Diversification and the Inequality in Indonesia in the Era of Economic Recovery and High Price Trends. So please, Dr. Zuhud Rozaki, time is yours. Giving applause to Dr. Zuhud Rozaki.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah for letting us to gather here. And then also salawat and salam always go to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to present or share my research or our experience regarding food security. So the title is Food Security, Diversification and Inequality, Indonesia in the Era of Economic Recovery and High Price Trends. So this is the teams that consists of me, Professor Hermanto, and Mr. Ihsan and Miss Eni Istianti. So the outline of my presentation consists of introduction, COVID-19 pandemic, price increase, economic recovery, food security, inequality, and conclusion. So I think we all know that Indonesia, not only Indonesia, in the global or in the world, facing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, in the middle of this year, around in March, I also got infected by COVID-19 pandemic, but now I'm already recovered, so don't worry. And then I felt that my body is not like before. So this is one kind of impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to the body of the human. How about the other human life? So the COVID-19 pandemic or COVID-19 crisis affect to all human life aspect. One of the aspects that got impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic is food security. Food security itself is a multi-dimensional issue that
actually in the world, even though in the developed country, they also face food security issue, even maybe the issue is quite different between developed country and developing countries, or maybe underdeveloped country. For the developing and the underdeveloped country, usually the food security relate to the lack of food availability. But in the developed countries, maybe they do have their own issue, maybe regarding the inequality of the food distribution or something like that, or maybe for the self-sufficiency of food. Indonesia itself, we know that in 1980s, Indonesia could reach the food self-sufficiency, even though some people gave comment that food self-sufficiency is not quite strong because depend on only one kind of commodity, which is rice. Therefore, in this research, actually we highlight about the COVID-19 pandemic and then food security and also inequality regarding the food consumption, also food issue in Indonesia. And then this material that we use in this presentation already accepted in the book chapter, which is published by Elsevier. So after this book chapter published, maybe you can read and then cite that. For the COVID-19 pandemic, first, of course, it affects to the human health. So many people got infected, and the fatal condition, people dead due to this disease. But fortunately, many people even got infected by the COVID-19, they still could survive, including me. Also, some of my colleagues also could survive even though they got infected by COVID-19 pandemic. But how about the other aspects, such as the food system, food value chain, food supply chain also got infected? One of the aspects that maybe become the issue that need to be considered in any policy or maybe any effort is about the high price trend. So due to the distribution that got infected by the COVID-19 crisis, which is maybe some area ban the export or maybe ban the import or maybe done the lockdown. So the food supply system become affected and make the food price getting increased. So actually my presentation is quite have so many data, but it's okay, I will explain briefly. So this is the World Annual Average Food Price Index. So we can see that maybe from 2016 to 2020 is quite flat, but start from 2020 to 2022, it's getting increased due to, even though I cannot say that the main effect or maybe COVID-19 pandemic the only factor of this increasing, but many experts say that the increase of the world annual average food price coming from the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is the Indonesian national food price. We also can see in 2022, it's quite getting increased, actually, or especially in May 2022. And then we can see the staple food and non-staple food price in 2021 to 2022 in Indonesia, which is the main commodity that I highlight in this research is rice, chicken meat, beef, and chicken egg. For rice itself, maybe the price is not quite have fluctuation, but for the chicken meat, beef, and chicken egg, maybe for our Indonesian fellows know that those products have quite strong fluctuation and have quite strong effect to the inflation. I discussed with the Central Java government. They said that in Central Java in 2022, the chicken egg and chicken meat effect to the inflation in the local scale of Central Java province. For the non-staple food price, I highlight for the salads, cayenne pepper, cooking oil, and sugar. This is the household expenditure, which is with the point Indonesian rupiah per month per capita from 2011 to 2021 that we can highlight about the grains, tuber, fish, meat, eggs, and vegetable. We can see that even though in some commodity the expenditure is not quite have fluctuation, but in some commodities so quite fluctuative in their expenditure. This is the average public spending share of food group. So we can see that in 2021 for vegetables, the food share of vegetable is quite increasing. Maybe due to some people realize about the importance of consuming the vegetable, and also fish also increase. Grain actually is not quite increasing. We can see that from 2019 to 2021, the value is not quite different. This is the share again other food groups. We compare to cigarettes and tobacco, ready food and drinks, other foodstuffs, spices and drink ingredients. We know that in Indonesia the policy regarding the smoking is not too strict. So even though in the crisis era, people still do the smoking activity, and the share again other food group, we see that in 2021 and 2022 maybe have quite same score, yeah. But we know that during the pandemic, many people getting depressed or maybe stressed, or maybe they do more smoking, yeah, to release their stress. So the share of the smoking part is increasing a little bit, slightly increasing. So this is the expenditure of non-food group. So maybe you can see later through my presentation. Okay, this is the average public spending share of non-groups, non-food groups, yeah. We can see that housing is quite increasing in from 2020 in 2021, because some people may think that the housing is important aspect of their life, so they try to like purchasing the settlement or purchasing the houses. So they can spare their time in their houses, so they can spare with they can spare time with their families, and also the tax, levies, and insurance also increase from 2020 and 2021. And then we enter to the food security aspect. So my presentation already minus 10 minutes. Okay, the food security aspect usually consists of food availability, food accessibility, and food utilization. but also some people say that one more aspect is food stability. And this is the production of strategic fruit crops in Indonesia. Global food security for Indonesia is not so affected if we see in the data. And then this is the prevalence of insufficiency in national food consumption. In 2020 is increasing drastically compared to 2019. Okay, in this is the food security budget in Indonesia in 2021-2022. Government tried to refocusing their budget to handle or to address the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, but also the food security budget compared to 2019 is decreasing. Yeah. Next. Okay, so government or local government try to do the food diversification because Indonesia has so many prospective commodity, local commodities such as potato, cassava, breadfruit, maize or corn, sagu, sorghum, and etc. Next. Okay, let's go to the conclusion. So the conclusion is we see that the food security, of course, getting affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then one of my research article, which is about the food security, agriculture, and COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia, got so many citation in Scopus document, Scopus indexation, because maybe many people think about the importance of food security during and post COVID-19 pandemic. So I think the food security issue still becoming a hot issue in Indonesia, especially now we are facing the high food price trend. So we need to collaborate each other, stakeholder, so we can address all the problem that come out after the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's all my presentation. I'm sorry for the long presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Zuhud Rozaki, for your presentations. And yeah, I think for Indonesian researcher and lecturers or students is maybe a little bit understand to hear Zuhud Rozaki presentations because the accent is Indonesian, Javanese accent. But yeah, we have 20 minutes for question and answer. So if you have any questions, so we open the questions. 2 sessions. 1 session we provide 2 persons to ask the questions, even to Dr. Natalie or Dr. Zuhud Rozaki. If anyone here to ask the questions, or maybe online here. Okay, 1 here and 2 here. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Henny. I'm from Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, or usually we call it BRIN. My question is for Natalie. We all know that climate change in agricultural sector is the most affected by climate change. And here in Indonesia, there are so many technologies available for the climate change adaptation or maybe mitigation. But not all farmers are interested to apply or willingly to adopt those technology. So my question is it necessary for the local government especially to make some regulation as the reinforcement of the climate change adaptation or mitigation. And maybe based on your experience in your country, what government, especially local government, can do to support the climate change adaptation or in generally food security. Actually, this is related with my paper or my presentation today about the support of local government to the climate change adaptation. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So here one question more. So from here.
Yes, I won't forget it there.
Okay, check. Thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Introduce myself. My name is Makistio and I come from Universitas Negeri Malang. I want to ask a question to Natalie and Suhud. First is, it's very interesting topic about the food security we discussed before. And my question is how to face the challenge of land converting issue. Because we know that the land converting issue is happen in Indonesia because we know the product from the agriculture or farmer is less value than another aspect of economy like property or maybe like structure or maybe industrial. So how we face this condition, because we know that contradiction between economic growth, especially in agriculture area, and ecological conservation is always versus like, they always fight between conservation in ecological or economic growth. Okay, thank you in the first. And then the second, for Mr. Suhud, how about food diversity, how to address the food diversity in Indonesia? Because we know most of Indonesian people is mostly like rice. They always, how to address this condition? Because we know that we always eat rice. If we not eat rice, it's not food. Not eat. We have no eat. Okay, thank you. That's all my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, did you get the questions, all speakers? Okay, first you can, Dr. Natalie, question from Haini, from Brin, right?
Yeah, so the climate change question and how farmers are responding to that and the role of government, I think that, I think that what is happening is that there's been a role played by the industry groups. So in Australia, we have an organisation called Meat and Livestock Australia, who looks after the red meat industry, the meat industry, and they have ambitious targets for reducing carbon in the farming, in the meat sector. So they have taken it upon themselves to set these ambitious targets, and they are working with government, they are working with farmers, they're working with researchers to try and achieve that target. And I think that that is their preference, rather than having government come in at a later stage and dictate. I think that for them, I'm not speaking for them, but yeah, they have set some ambitious targets to try and sort that thing out for themselves. And then we also have a situation talking about the Great Barrier Reef, where the government has implemented legislation to stop impacts of water quality. So it's not climate change so much, but that is that needs to have really strong science behind it in order for the farmers and the industry groups to get behind it. If the science is, not too robust, a more difficult thing for the government to sell. So the science needs to be really strong there. And then I think also what's going to happen in Australia in terms of farmers becoming more sustainable in terms of climate change. We are seeing new rules coming out of the EU, the European Union, in terms of deforestation. So if your food products are associated with deforestation, you're not going to be able to sell to the EU. So I think the legislation is coming from other countries. So the EU seems to be a front runner there. And that's going to put pressure on the farmers in Australia and in other countries, including Indonesia. So I think it's, yeah, the more progressive governments, because we're tied in with the export markets, and also the consumers. The consumers are starting to demand demonstrations of sustainability credentials, including carbon neutral products. So at the moment, I think our government is not doing too much, and the pressure is coming from other places.
Did you get the answer? I think there is one question previous before that Haini stated that is it necessary to make some regulation, especially in Indonesia, that the farmers cannot adapt the technology, isn't it? We need to adapt, less willing to adapt. And then the question, is it necessary to make some regulation? What do you think?
Less willing. So I think that is where it's really important to have the right kind of support for the farmers. I think that it's difficult to just put in some legislation and expect the farmers to adopt it. I think it also needs to be rolled out with a education and training package so that the farmers are well supported. And when we looked at that plan of the Indonesian government, in their food system transformation, education and training was an important part of it. And I think that it really does need to be an important part of it. Otherwise, if the farmers can't use these new technologies, because that's a huge ask to change behaviour, their livelihood is at risk, food production, levels of food production is at risk. So I think it's important to not underestimate the importance of training and education that goes with rolling out a new technology.
So the next is from Makistio from Universitas Negeri Malang. So how to face the challenge, the land conversion issues? Land use change.
Yeah. Land use change. How do you... So I think just based on my understanding, so I'm more social science, but I think what I've heard from other researchers working in agronomy, that it's important to get more smart about the way that we use different parts of the land. So in Australia, there's new legislation that is going to be put in place that is going to be like a traffic light system. So the really high biodiverse, valuable lands in Australia are going to be protected. No, don't even ask if you can use that land. And then there's going to be orange, which will require a process, or red, where yes, you can use that land. So I think getting smarter in terms of knowing the biodiverse ecological value of the land will be part of the solution, and then using the planning system to map onto that. And then I guess that goes for food production as well. So understanding the ecological value of the land and what food would best be produced there, and not try and grow things that aren't suited to that kind of environment, which I think is happening quite a bit in Australia. I don't know about Indonesia. So I think just getting smarter about what we grow where can help there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Natali. Did you get the answer, Mr. Makistio? Okay, for the Dr. Zuhud Rozaki, the question is how to address about the food diversity in Indonesia and how to diversify the food in Indonesia.
Okay. I think I'm not sure I can answer that satisfy you, because for myself I also need to eat rice to fulfill my stomach, but I try my best to answer. Yeah. Based on my experience, now the government, actually the local government, such as in Central Java or maybe Yogyakarta, I'm sorry I take these two local government because I have engagement with them. I had discussion with them, so I take this example. So they try to make like for the snacks or for the food to be served to the guests or to be served in the meeting. They now try to diversify the food using the local food, such as the cassava or maybe peanuts or maybe sweet potato or something like that. I think that one of effort, that kind of effort is one effort to try to diversify the carbohydrate that consumed by people. And then also for the wider effort or wider action, actually they can promote the local product, and now people try to promote the corn maybe, or maybe cassava, or maybe sweet potato as the supplementary of staple food, still become supplementary, because if people forced to eat only corn in one day, maybe they feel like dying, yeah. Even though their body is not dying, but their mind is dying, something like that. So it is still become like a mindset, yeah. Maybe Dr. Natalie John can share, yeah, her experience how the food diversification in Australia to make the Australian people not only depend on one commodity or one product. How about in Australia, Doc?
In Australia, I think we do have a wide diversity of foods, and we also import a lot of food. So we grow a lot of food, we export a lot of food, and we also import a lot of food. So we actually do have a lot of diversity all year round. The foods that are grown in Australia aren't perhaps always best suited to the environment, so I guess it's contributing to some of these problems, environmental problems that I was talking about earlier. So there has been a big interest and a lot of money going towards exploring Indigenous Aboriginal bush foods that have been grown and managed by Indigenous Aboriginal communities for 65,000 years. So there's starting to be an interest in these diverse foods that are suited to the Australian climate. They're often pest resistant, drought resistant, full of nutrition. So there's been a lot of interest going towards that. But there is a risk that the Indigenous people aren't going to be part of that solution. So that's something that's really important, is to ensure that Aboriginal people have a voice in how that business evolves. That's really crucial. But that's one pathway that we're looking at for diversification.
So thank you so much, Dr. Zuhud Rozaki and Dr. Natalie. Did you get the answer? Thank you. And I just asked that same question before with Dr. Natalie, that Australian people mostly only eat rice just twice a week, isn't it?
In my family, we probably eat rice
your
twice
family.
a week.
Twice a week.
Yeah.
But mostly, how about the Australian people? Other your friends, your siblings?
I think it's about the same for...
Same?
Yeah.
I'm 21 times a week. 7 multiply 3.
Yeah, twice a week. for dinner more so than lunch, and not for breakfast ever.
Okay, okay, it's a good information. Thank you, Dr. Natalie. Okay, we're going to the next session of the question and answer. So we have 2 questions from online. Only 1 question from online. So yeah, we have 7 minutes to have a question and answer. So please raise your hands and introduce yourself. Dwi Ratna Hidayati from University Trunojoyo Madura.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee, and hi, Natalie, and all the participants over there. So there are so many interesting questions coming from some participants mentioning about the difference between Indonesia and Australia. So Natalie, last week I was just arrived back from Australia actually. I learned about grains value chains over there. And what I see the similarities between Australia and Indonesia, Europe from the social science. So I would like to highlight about the succession plan. So it's quite put me into, it's interesting in which when you say that social science, that takes a very important in terms of food transformations. However, if we see about the young farmers or how the farmers would like to put the business into for the next 10 or 20 years or for the next generations, it seems that's still a big problem, even though it is in Australia, because the entry barrier to become a farmer is very big. Similarly with Indonesia, once there are so many farmers with low educations. However, once they step up with a better educations, I don't think they would like to become a farmer anymore. I think some of my colleagues who is from the university will agree with that. Not all of our students would like to become a farmer. How do you see? Because I think it's a bit contradictory when you see that the young generations could provide digitalized thing, improve our system. However, the availability of those farmers are probably a big questions for the next. Thank you.
Yes, I think the government and the university is trying to really broaden people's view of what farming is in Australia. So it's moving away from the guy on the tractor to showing all the other jobs and opportunities that are available to people on farms, and try to make it more attractive to get people to take up farming. And then one thing that the Australian government did do was reduce the fees for agricultural degrees, so to try and attract people towards that degree over other degrees. I'm not quite sure what impact that has had, but we are also seeing some farmers, some younger people start farming that haven't been involved in farming before, and looking at more sustainable practices. So one study that I did was on regenerative farming, and yeah, there is an interest among young people to look at how they can farm more sustainably and look after the land at the same time. So it's not just about the food production, but also land stewardship, so taking care of the environment. And they see farming as a way to do that. And that's kind of more fitting into that local food movement rather than the large-scale industrial size farming, but there is an interest among young people to get involved in that smaller, local scale, regenerative agroecology kind of farming. Yeah, so that's what I can say about young people moving onto farms. There is a little bit of an interest there, and the government is trying to make it more attractive and show what the opportunities are in the farming sector that kind of move away from the traditional view of what farming is.
Ms. Dwi, did you get the answer? Do you have a feedback? Enough. Okay, thank you so much for all participants who have questions. So we have 5 minutes later. So, but because we have to move to the parallel session, I'm very sorry. Unfortunately, I would like to finish this question and answer. And please, maybe in the last statement, please give the closing statement from Dr. Nathalie John and also from Dr. Zuhud Razaki. So yeah, you can first, Dr. Nathalie John, please.
So I guess the food system transformation is happening. It's on the agenda of lots of governments throughout the world in responding. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's really important to see how your research and the work that you're doing fits into this transformation, and just kind of zoom out and see it from a systems point of view, and not take the narrow view, but see how it is affecting people's livelihoods, how it does have environmental outcomes and also health outcomes, and look at how you can shape the direction the food system transformation is going. So I think that's see yourself as part of this transformation that is taking place.
Thank you, Dr. Nathalie. How about Dr. Zuhud Razaki, please?
Thank you very much. I think us as Indonesian people, also the other countries, need to still pay important attention to the food security issue, because food security issue is not only about food production, but also about food utilization and food accessibility. The food utilization, such as in Indonesia, some area, they produce enough food, but the food utilization is not quite good. So the malnutrition, or maybe the children that have less nutrition get affected, become stunting or something like that. So these three food aspects are still important: food availability, food accessibility, and food utilization. I think that's all, Dr. Cahyo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zuhud Razaki. So, giving applause again for Dr. Nathalie and Dr. Zuhud Razaki. Yeah, this is the last session of the plenary sessions. We got a lot of knowledge and we got a lot of discussions. We talk about the human food security, how to protect environment risks and the support rural livelihood, and food system and security and utilization is a global challenge in agribusiness and the hot issues recently. And we wish after this plenary session, this discussion can give us some idea for collaboration for research and also for discussion forum later in the parallel sessions with the same field researcher, as well as to prospective collaboration for highly diverse backgrounds. So thank you so much for your kind attention and participation. For the last greetings, I would like to close this session with pantun also. Yeah, pantun is a intangible culture of Indonesia. So yeah, I would like to sing in pantun. So please, in line, you can say cakep. Use microphone. Cakep. I want to hear.
Cakep.
Cakep. Good job. Yeah. All right.
Cakep. Okay.
For perfume, I choose spice fragrance.
Cakep.
For fried chicken, I chose McDonald's.
Cakep.
I wish you enjoy this conference.
Cakep.
See you again in the next IConARD.
Yeah, cakep.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, SPM IPP, SC PhD, for guiding us in the panel session of the World IConARD 2023. Next is the submission of certificate, which will be handed over by the Chief of World IConARD 2023, Dr. Insinyur Sriyadi MP, to Dr. Nathalie Jones, Mr. Zuhud Razaki, SPM IPP, SC PhD, and Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, SPM IPP, SC PhD.
Okay, please ready for the photo session. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And for the next one is the handover of certificate to Mr. Zuhud Razak, SP, MAPP, SC, PhD. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And for the last one, a handover of certificate to Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, SP MAPP PhD. Cakep. Okay. Now is the time for the photo session. For the cameras to be ready. 3, 2, 1. Cakep.
Cakep. Okay, maybe once again, maybe.
One more
Or
time.
okay,
Okay,
it's
that's
done. Okay, thank you very much. You may go back to seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was all the closing ceremony of the 4th IConARD 2023. Let us close this ceremony by saying Hamdallah.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude and feel of honored for your presence and participation in this agenda. Also, greatest appreciation to the event organizers, media partners, IT teams, and all teams involved in this agenda. See you on the 5th IConARD 2024. I am Fahrezi Hafid.
And I'm Adinda Kencana.
Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.